And good evening, everyone, and welcome to this April 2023 edition of the Wine Stream. For those of you here in the United States, I certainly hope you have filed your taxes, because if you haven't, you have 7 more hours to do so, or the big bad government's going to come after you. I was telling some of the folk in the channel here that I was going to do this wonderful grand unboxing of this bottle of sake that I had, but I had to make 100% sure that it was good, and, well, you know, one thing led to another. So at least I have the box. Let me hold this up here. Now this was something of a gamble, but I have a new role locally here in my town of Cary, outside of Raleigh, North Carolina. There is a wine store just up the road within walking distance that is expanding their sake selection. Many of you may know this from previous streams. And what I have taken to doing is I will go there, usually on Friday nights, and I will look for some of their questionable sakes. Now, I don't mean that in the way it comes off. I don't want to say the sakes themselves are questionable. I mean, it is not possible to judge their quality immediately. This, for example, is one of them. This just says Junmai Daiginjo, and it's got this fellow on it here. If you can kind of see, apparently the sake is so good he's trying to hide it from his friends inside his kimono there. So that's what he's trying to tell you. But this is from Hakutsudo, and Hakutsu is rather famous for not putting a date on, but rather they put a lot number on, and that really doesn't mean anything. Not only that, the bottle itself is opaque, so simply by looking at it, you cannot tell if this bottle is going to be good. Remember, sake does not age in the bottle, so this bottle could be 6 months old, it could be 6 years old. So what I do at the wine store, which is Triangle Wines here in Cary, is they have a tasting bar. I will sit down. I will take a bottle that we're not sure of the quality, and I'll crack it open. We'll give it the initial test. You know, does it smell good? Yes, it does. We'll pour a little tiny bit into a glass, just enough to get an idea of its clarity. Oh, that's a little more than a tiny bit. Sorry about that. Now, this, as you can see, it's got, maybe if I hold it against my shirt, a tiny little yellow tinge to it, which is acceptable. Some sakes have a slight yellow tinge, and that's all right. But the real test was taste. And it turned out to be very good. So the deal is, if the bottle is bad, I'll tell them, guys, let's get it off the shelves. And they will take those bottles off the shelf and tell the distributor, don't give us crap, give us good stuff. This one, even though I did not know the age, it turned out to be quite good. For a Hakutsuru, it is a very, very decent sake. So not only did I polish off the bottle last night, I brought one home. It was the same lot number, but, you had to make sure. So again, we're beginning tonight with Hakutsuru Junmai Daiginjo, with our sneaky friend on here who doesn't want his friends to know he's got sake, so he's hiding it in his kimono. So that's how it works. Yep. Well, there it is. So as many of you know, and as you could not help but see from the little introduction, to which I could not resist putting some Mussorgsky over, I am very, very fond of pictures at an exhibition, specifically the Great Gate at Kiev movement. Very emotional piece. I am very, very moved that Furry Fandom was able to raise such a princely sum for ALS research. I was invited to do one of the introductions on stage at the walk today, and I couldn't resist. I asked the director, could I go off script just a little bit? And I introduced myself as Dr. Sam Conway with Team Dog Bomb here representing the North Carolina Anthro Society. And I added in that we are indeed one of the top sponsors this year. Our sponsorship was crowdfunded. And by doing that, we were able to outraise most of the corporate sponsors. I know you guys really tried your best to scrape together as much as you could, and that's really cute. But next year, maybe you can step up your game. And then I just continued on. Now, hopefully, if that pisses anybody off, it'll piss them off to the level that they're going to show me, and next year they'll give hundreds of thousands of dollars. I got no problem with that. So that's how my day went. Now, this is what I wore. Of course, you must wear the hat too. This was how I appeared at the walk today, and I was very, very pleased that I was proclaimed the best dressed person on site, and I was very, very flattered by that. I could not have done it without the assistance of Ronnie, because this is his jacket. He accidentally left it here on one of his recent trips, and since I have lost weight, I can actually fit in with Ronnie. I hope you don't mind. I'm wearing your jacket. So that really, really, really made the look there. This really is good stuff. Now, I don't want to drink it too fast, because I only have this one bottle before I open the next one. So I want to pace myself a little bit. Oh, Mac is here. Hello, McLevin. I'm seeing some names of some dear friends in the list here. I want to thank you all very much for being here and keeping me company on a Saturday night. As you may well know, this entire wine stream thing began when I really, really wanted to drink one night, but I didn't want to drink alone. That's something I very much try to avoid. One should not drink alone. That way lies madness. But I couldn't find any of my friends who were available, and I'm not really the kind to go to a bar and sit there with a bunch of other sad sons of bitches kind of staring into their drinks. That's not my scene. And then I remembered somebody had given me for my birthday, this was some years ago, a webcam. It was a little cheap, $25 thing. And just on a lark, I pulled it out, and I plugged it in, and I opened up, I can't remember what streaming service we used to use back then. First Stream is what it was called. And I just invited some people, hey, I am going to drink some wine. Why don't you join me? And that's how it started. It's me sitting at the dining room table back there, drinking wine on camera because I didn't want to drink alone. Now it's turned into this, I don't even know what the hell they call this. Got these big stage lights and this camera setup and this big dildo microphone in front of me here and you stand in Ronnie helping me out and my three-headed Cerberus as my sound engineer. So thank you all for being here, for keeping me company, and for your support through the years. Oh, Ronnie's here. It suits the esteemed Southern gent look. If my dear sister and brother-in-law are here, if you see them show up, my brother-in-law is a physician. I came up with a spectacular idea to assist in the health care of Southern gentlemen. So I want to make sure they're here because John can make it happen. So if you see any of my family in there, make some noise. Hey, your family's here. That way I'll tell you what I'm. Oh, und Uschi ist hier. Hallo, Uschi. Uschi aus Berlin und André, mein schöner Freund, mein Kamerad. Leave it to me to make friends with the greatest barman in Germany. I'm very, very much looking forward to seeing them again. I hope they'll be able to come to Eurofurence, which is moving from Berlin to Hamburg this year. A number of reasons. One reason being that hamburgers are more nutritious than Berliners, and they want to make sure people are well maintained over there. Let's see. An Ark of the Fox retracted a message. Now I'm very suspicious to know what it said. Let me catch up on what's going on the stream here. Yep. Maximus Wolfhart, how is AC coming this year? Any new events? Well, yes, as a matter of fact. Lots of them. We try to do new things every year. One thing that we are going to try this year as an experiment, we are setting up a secondary performance stage downstairs in Hall C where the Fursuit Parade lineup is. We have some stage performances such as my story hour and such as some other things that don't require the giant lights and the AV setup that we have in the main stage. All we really need is a bunch of speakers and a microphone. So we're going to set up a bunch of speakers and a microphone down in that room and see how it goes. At least that's the plan. I'm not completely, totally, 100% sure we've run this by the AV crew yet, but it sounds like a really good idea to me. And I'm sure that no matter what we ask of them, they are very, very talented folks. I'm sure they'll be able to handle it. We probably don't need to give them any heads up on this more than a day or two. They'll be on top of it. I just know it. Let's see. And Charles says, if you're going to Hamburg, I hear there's this group from Liverpool that's playing there. They're called the Beagles or something like that. Charles, most of them are dead. I don't know if they're really going to be able to do that. I don't mean to be the one to break it to you, but yeah. Let's see what else is doing in here. Vialt Dragon just got back from fossil hunting. I hope you found Fossil, one of the best furry artists out there. Jen says, that's not how AV planning goes. Jen, our AV crew is the best in the business. They can handle whatever I throw at them, and I am confident of that. And Drax just said something mean. I am going to be going to Confuzzled in the UK in May, and I am going to swing by for a short stint just ahead of it to visit with Drax and with Arco. And I was going to bring along some fine sake, but if you continue to be nasty, you mean old demon, I might just bring you some of the shit that they throw away up at Triangle Wine. You caught me off guard there, sorry. Yes, apparently I made Arco's I'm sorry, I read Arco said, that fossil joke just made my browser crash. I thought he said, that fossil just made Bowser crash. I really do need to get these glasses checked. So, I was like, yeah, that was a little spit take there. Let's see. Yeah, apparently Maximus saw that too. Yeah, this new Mario Kart movie or whatever it is that everybody's talking about. Apparently, I have not seen it, but from what I hear, apparently Bowser in this movie is making a lot of people feel funny. So now I'm very, very curious to see it myself. Jen Long says, do I need to tell Ronnie to take you to the dock again? Put a pin in that, Jen, because as soon as John gets here, I am going to reveal my grand plan to improve the health care of Southern gentlemen. And Viant found apparently some horny coral, some brachiopods, and some furries as fossils. Well, I didn't know we've been around that long, but yay, okay. Let's see. Steel Gear says, I'm only getting slightly anxious for AC, and you're going to fly off to the New World. Steel Gear, you've been here to the States before. You've been to Baltimore. If you can handle Baltimore, you can handle Pittsburgh, believe me. Layla Cookie wants to know what I had for lunch or dinner today. Well, we had Indian buffet for lunch, the crew that attended the ALS walk. So that's what I had. No noodles, but a lot of rice. I should maybe just keep this up here. I had this little lap thing here. Maybe if I take the keyboard off of it, so I don't worry about spilling this. Now I have like this little lap table. I'll just keep this here. There you go. Oh, and Steele, I give you my absolute word of honor. I will not slap a staff ribbon on you as soon as you show up at the convention. I know I've joked about it, but I will not slap that ribbon or any ribbon on you as soon as you show up. And don't listen to Humphrey. He's a joker himself. Yeah. And I don't have chloroform. I've got. Actually, I shouldn't say it out loud on advice of my lawyer. I was going to say I've got some ketamine because it's a horse tranquilizer. Get it? Okay, we're not going to go there yet. Let's see. A bunch of people are trying to say a bunch of stuff. I need a large white cowboy hat. Perish the thought. I do not wear cowboy hats. I wear a gentlemanly hat. This is the hat that I wear. Let's make sure it's on straight. There we go. This is the hat that I wear with this particular outfit. You notice it matches the tie there. That's very important. Yum, yum, yum. And Drax says, the chairman never dirties his own hands. That's what peons are for. Drax, that is again a mean thing to say. I get my hands dirty a lot. Let's see. And Steele says, I'd be okay with the staff harness. Well, okay, since the camera's up here, Steele, you can say that. That's all right. And Aldaic Rufus is giving a strong 7 of 10 to Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend. I have the feeling I came in the middle of that conversation. And yes, the rich dandy boy look. This is the Southern gentleman look here. Danny says, should I volunteer at Anthrocon this year? Oh, of course, Danny. We would love to have your assistance. Ronnie is going to be very, very busy, so you might help him with one of his typical duties. One of Ronnie's typical duties at Anthrocon is to follow me very, very closely and make sure I don't wander and get lost. I'm not joking, actually. Ronnie will be there to kind of grab my sleeve and say, no, you're supposed to be going here. Where were you going? You're supposed to be going here. I'll say, yes, right, I'm going there. And also, if somebody wants to stop and give me a present or something, it's very, very sweet of them. I'll happily thank them for the present, and then I'll set it down and I'll walk away. He will pick up the present and walk with me to make sure I don't forget it. So yes, having assistance would be very, very useful. And Ace says the Western alone is huge. Well, you know, Ace, I used to think the Western was huge. I used to think the city of Pittsburgh was huge. If you were here last stream, you probably heard me crying and bitching about this. We sold out every one of our hotel rooms within the hour. We contracted the same number of hotel rooms that we had in our entirety in 2022. We now have approximately 30% more hotel rooms that we have had to fill. Does this mean the Anthrocon will be 30% larger than it was? My God, I hope not. Let's just cross our fingers and say more people have decided to stay in the hotel rooms, and we will have exactly the same number that we had last year, which is less than 5 digits. Let's see. Oh, Service says, what's with the cough? Somebody caught me in mid-swallow, and the sake went down the wrong way. I apologize. I'm trying to clear it out. I misread something on the screen, and I blame both the pre-gaming and these glasses, which I really do need to... We'll wash the cough down. That's what we'll do. All right, what else is going on? Dave Nevius, the Westin Pittsburgh has exactly 617 rooms, which it does. We can only have 600 of them. All hotels have a certain number of rooms that they must keep on contract. That means they have contracts with airlines, for example, that if airline crews need a place to stay, or if there's an emergency, a ground stop or something, and they need to put people into hotel rooms. Also, the big high rollers, the ultra SMD level members of the hotel clubs, one of the perks they get is a guaranteed room no matter what city they go to. So they must maintain a certain number of rooms that they simply cannot make available to us. So we have a certain block of rooms at, right now, Ronnie, correct me, is it 16 or 17 hotels? I lost track. I stopped counting at 12. Now, we do have a shuttle, which will be running. Actually, we have 9 shuttle buses, which will be running between all of the hotels and the convention center. And I very much hope that people will take advantage of this shuttle service because it's costing me a metric fuck ton of money, and you had better ride those shuttles. Thank you very much. Danny, any tips for going from airport to a hotel apart from the regular bus lines? Uber and Lyft are very expensive. They are. Actually, I have been meaning to look that up. Ronnie, if you're not doing anything right now, have any other transport services gotten into the act? We used to have something called Super Shuttle, and they pulled out of Pittsburgh, and I've been waiting for some other company with a shuttle service to move in. So, you know what I know. Now, I think it's the 28X bus is very inexpensive. I have ridden it. It's fast, it's efficient, it's cheap. But the seats are hard plastic, and the roads in Pennsylvania are made out of washboards. So you're better off standing unless you want a bruised coccyx the entire weekend. Ensign Games, what's the name of the dude on the cover of The Fandom? Do you mean the book The Fandom? I might have it up there, but you would have to show me the cover or point me to it, and I could tell you who the dude is, because I cannot remember what the cover looks like right now. Yep. And Viot Dragon says, Kage is like a violent Scrooge McDuck when it comes to parting with money. Talk to any member of my staff. Talk to the city of Pittsburgh. They've been dealing with me now for coming up on 20 years. What they are accustomed to hearing is any time they mention anything, I rudely cut them off before they're finished what they're saying. I'll pipe up with, what's it going to cost me? Most of our business partners have gotten wise to that. And they'll say, Dr. Conway, we wanted to run an idea past you. Have you considered it will cost you exactly this amount? And then they go into the spiel. That gets my attention. Layla Cookie, did you move your bookshelf? No, the bookshelf is there. The position of the camera is just such that the bookshelf is just, yeah, actually it's where my hand is where the bookshelf is. So it's off camera right now. Let's see. And Charles says, do you have a money bin? I am not allowed to dive into Anthrocon's money bin. That is an edict from the board of directors. Put this down here now that I've shown you the look. Let's see. Yes. We spare no expense for fun and safety. I don't like sparing expense, but for safety, yeah, we do have to sometimes shell out some cash. Maximus, the answer is yes, we are still requiring the COVID stuff. Why? We have to make our plans months in advance. We did not know what June was going to look like 6 months ago. So we said, all right, we are just going to have to continue with our current plan. We cannot change it. Once we've made the announcement, we can't change it because people are making their travel plans based on that policy. We have dealers who would say, oh, I'm going to leave if you do that. So, yeah, the policy stands. If you don't like it, fuck off. There, I said it. Oh, boy, that felt very, very good. Come back next year. Next year, I highly doubt there will be any pandemic precautions that will be necessary. One thing I do want to continue, however, I want this to become part of the furry culture, is that if you are showing any signs of illness, this is something I used to see all the time. People with like snot running down their face, hacking up both of their lungs at the same time, wiping their nose on their sleeve, coughing into their hands, then going up, oh, hey, Uncle Kage, how you doing? If people are showing any signs of illness, I want them to wear a mask. That mask is keeping your germs in your face. So Concrud has been a thing since time immemorial. We've got a chance now to get rid of it. I want to take that chance. So I don't care if you've got COVID. I don't care if you got Black Plague. I don't care if you got Spanish flu. I don't care if you got syphilis. Just wear a goddamn mask if you're going to be contagious, okay? Let's see. And Slushy Wolf says, I look extra fancy. Well, I went to the ALS walk today, and I wanted to look my best. As I told folk there was a time when gentlemen used to dress to step out, and I remember that time. Abubaka, I think you meant to say Spanish fly. If you have Spanish fly, come contact me, we'll talk, okay? Let's see. Thomas Fuchsbell says that's what they do in South Korea. It's what they do in Japan. It's what they do in civilized nations that care about community. Undertaker is here. Hello, Undertaker. Very good to see you. Leprosy. I'm not sure how leprosy is... yeah, if you have leprosy, wear a mask and gloves. And gloves, yes. I've seen, what, Spartacus or something? Yeah, you don't want what's going on here? The common cold, yes. If you are spitting out germs, wear a mask. Protect your fellow congoers, for goodness sake. Don't share that. We don't want it. Okay, and I see what Ace and Drax are talking about. They're making fun of my age. Maybe if I have a little bit more of this, I can sing that wonderful old Irish drinking song that begins, I was born about 10,000 years ago, but we'll see how that goes. I might as well. I probably already have a copyright strike because of that little bit of Mussorgsky at the beginning. Why not get it out of the way even before we start? Oh, Slushy Wolf says, it was nice watching your story hour last month at Friendly. Well, thank you very much, Slushy Wolf. I do love giving my story hour because I get to drink and talk, and those are my two favorite things to do at the same time. So, oh boy, it's been busy for me these past couple of months. I had frontal equinox. I will get this out of my throat, believe me. I had frontal equinox in March. Then I had Motor City FurCon, also in March, and then just last week I had Fur Squared, which had a little bit of a mix-up. This shit happens. I am not faulting anyone. Trust me, I run a con. I know that sometimes things slip through the cracks. They invited me. Uncle Kage, hello, hi, we are Frontal Equinox. Please come to our convention. We will make you a guest. We'll bring you out here. It will be fun. Yes. Then they forgot to tell their programming crew I was coming. So I got there, and there was nothing on the schedule for me. So I just pretty much spent the entire time at the bar, which was fine by me. Num, num, num. Darkwater Fox, when are you going to invite Telephone over again? That's a very good question. I shall have to get back in touch with Telephone and ask them when they would like to come visit again. What I remember most about Telephone, well, I remember a lot of things about Telephone, but what does Telephone like to drink? Telephone likes to drink pineapple cider. That is pineapple hard cider. And I was very, very puzzled when I first heard this. Where the heck am I going to find pineapple hard cider? This is Raleigh, North Carolina. If you know where to look, you can find anything. And I was able to find pineapple hard cider for Telephone. And Layla Cookie says, if it's not helping to drink something, maybe use some honey. I will cough it out. It'll be fine. Did I say Frontal Equinox? I meant Fur Squared. I blame the sake. Let's see. Oh, and Gummy Bjorn's bourbon bottle went empty. Go fill it. Easy. And speaking, Layla Cookie, you reminded me when Ronnie was here, and you can ask stand-in Ronnie here. He'll back me up on this. Occasionally, people give me wine that is not my favorite kind of wine. Things like Pinot Grigio, things like very, very low quality white wine. We made a discovery, a little bit of chemistry. If you add just about 5 milliliters of maple syrup to bad wine, you can turn it into good wine. It actually tastes almost identical to ice wine if you add just a tiny amount of maple syrup to your really crappy wine. Layla, don't worry. I'm fine. Trust me. I'm not turning blue yet. When I turn blue, you can call the ambulance. Okay. Vivaka brings up the cursed Chianti. That's a different matter. No, we could have crammed an entire maple tree into that shit. It would not have saved it. That stuff was a biomass of filth. I had blocked that from my memory. Thank you very much, Vivaka, for causing me to think about it again. Oh yes, and when Drax was here with the oak leaf wine, that was something that Da Amour gave me. Scottish wine made from oak leaves. It tasted different. It had a very, very different flavor. Let's see. Yes, it was a polite attempt at assassination, but Da Amour would never assassinate me. We are the best of friends. Let me tell you how I met. That we're talking Fox Amour's dad. Da, for short. It's a Scottish thing. A number of years ago at Eurofurence, Fox and More was doing a charity concert. And I very much wanted to go, but I was doing a lot of programming that day. By the time I got a chance to go to the charity table and said, I would like a ticket for the Fox and More charity concert, they said, I'm sorry, we're all sold out. We don't have any more. And I said, you didn't keep one for me? And they said, no, sorry. All the tickets are gone. Now, Fox had given me a present that year, a little gag gift, a Scottish tam o' shanter, a Scottish hat that had a red hair wig. It's sort of like instant Scotsman. You put it on, you've got the tam and this long flowing mane of red hair. So I ran up to my room and I put it on and I went storming into the back of the concert, loudly shouting, "You can't keep me out. I'm family. Can't you see the family resemblance? I'm Fox and More's dad. Of course you got a seat for me. You got to have a seat for family. Get out my way. I'm Fox and More's dad. No, I'm not leaving. You can't keep me out. I'm Fox and More's dad. Can't you see?" And there was this old guy in the front row, and I went up and said, "Who the fuck are you? I'm Fox and More's dad." And he stood up and he said, "I'm Fox and More's dad." And I said, "Mr. Armour, very pleased to meet you." Good, Sam Conway. It's we have been the best of friends ever since. Danny says, would Telephone be a nice guest of honor for Brazil Fervet? Telephone is a consummate performer. The answer to that would be a resounding yes. You would have to contact them. I can give you their contact info, but Telephone is a very, very good guest. Viot Dragon found some big ceramic jugs in the basement that my grandfather used to use when making homemade strawberry wine. Now, when you say grandfather, see, Viot, I don't know how old you are. Was this in the 1950s or was this back in the more fun era of the 1920s? I'd be kind of curious to know. Let's see. Gunsmith is wondering, do they still sell 10-liter box wine? They sell 5-liter box wine here. I don't know if they sell 10-liter. Ronnie, have you ever seen 10-liter box wine here in the States? I haven't. Or if I have, I didn't recognize it. I do know they sell jug wine. It's the bottom shelf wine in these massive, like 2.5-liter glass jugs. It's usually names like Manischewitz or Gallo. It's down there. Silver Fox, no, we don't use metric. Actually, when it comes to large quantities of wine, we do. People will buy a 4 or 5-liter box of wine because it just sounds bad to say you have a gallon of wine. They switch to liters because it sounds a little more, help me out here. What's the word I'm looking for? A little more of that, yes. Humphrey wants to know, how many bottles of sake and wine do you go through on average during the AC prep and the con? Well, Humphrey, that's difficult to say because when does that period begin? Where do you want to start measuring? We start preparing for Anthrocon during this year's Anthrocon. I guess if you want to take the April, May, June time frame, that is probably about 2 bottles a week for April, 3 bottles a week for May, 3 bottles a day for June, and then at the con itself, excuse me, we have a text from Grandma Kage. What is she going to say? Is she going to say, okay. She's sending me a text to say she is joining the stream. Why don't you just join the stream, you goofy old woman? I can see you here. All right. When you see Mom, tell her I say hi. Are you there? Hello? Hello? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Maximus, have I read the graphic novel Mouse? Well, it's been banned here in the States, so I'm sorry, that's bad. I am familiar with Mouse. Mouse? I will tell you something interesting. The creator of Mouse, and I'm having a senior moment, the name is escaping me right now. Guys, who created Mouse? Even before you say it, hopefully I will remember it, and then I will not say, there, I'm not old. Spiegelman, Art Spiegelman, thank you very much. And I got it for any of you said it. We wanted to invite Mr. Spiegelman to Anthrocon a number of years ago. And we were unaccustomed to dealing with agents at that time. You see, when you're dealing with high-level professionals, you never get to talk to them ahead. You talk through their agent at first. I was very put off by Mr. Spiegelman's agent. This was early 2000s. The email that I got back when I sent the, hello, would Mr. Spiegelman like to come to this? This is what we are. We would very much like to invite him to be our guest. And I got back, let's just be clear. Okay, right away, I'm sort of, he said, 3 things. Mr. Spiegelman's appearance fee is $10,000. He only flies first class, and he must be permitted to smoke during his lecture. Okay, $10,000 is not a problem. We always fly our guests of honor first class anyway. But no, you're not going to smoke at my convention. So I never wrote back. So, Mr. Spiegelman, if by whatever force of nature you happen to be watching this wine stream, fire your goddamn agent and contact me. We'll bring you to Anthrocon. What else is going on here? Arco is saying the Inca, the inch, the Einz, I think he means inch, was in use long before they divined a centipede, so it can't be based on metric, but it can be measured in metric. I think Arco has been drinking too much. Let's see. Go by what I mean, not by what I say. Yes, that is that's how the metric unit came about. They were measuring this little creepy crawly bug, and they said, okay, that's going to be the unit of length. We're going to call it a centipede. Nom, nom, nom. By the way, I shouldn't remind me not to fill the glass that full because the sake is warming up and it's losing some of those subtle flavor notes there. Oh, Slushy Wolf. What's the one con you refuse to go back? It would be improper for me to discuss that in public. But I'll tell you what, Slushy, buy me a drink at the bar sometime when there are no cameras about, and I'll give you an earful. And Silver Fox Wolfen, our posh werewolf, says, I'm taking a bus to a rally tomorrow where we will spend all day driving around old vehicles, looking at planes and sniffing diesel fumes. Well, whatever floats your boat there, my posh friend. I hope you enjoy sniffing the fumes. And Ace says, just remember, folks, he's from North Carolina by way of Philly, not Pittsburgh. Yeah. Undertaker says, do you have any good campfire stories? Not really. What I can tell you is that at Basement Con, Boozy was telling ghost stories at the campfire. Okay, ghost stories are all well and good, but I don't believe in ghosts. I think the entire concept is ridiculous. If you would, okay, people say, oh, Uncle Kage, what's your evidence? Of course, there's no evidence, but think of it this way. Okay, let's see. All right. We're gonna here we are. We're gonna put this here, right? Okay. See. Okay. Yep. Ooh, I am the angry spirit of Confederate General Jubilation T. Cornpone, and these people are living in my house, and I want to scare them out. I'm going to drive them out. There, that ought to do it. No, really. If Jubilation T. Cornpone wanted me out of the house, he would have this thing like out and flying through the air straight in the middle of my face. But General Cornpone, I don't recommend you do that because you're dead. I'm alive. If you kill me, I'm going to be where you are, and I'm going to be pissed off. You don't want that, believe me. You know why? Because we won the fucking war. Okay. Pardon me. So we were sitting at the campfire, and I was I think I might have had 2 glasses of wine. Ronnie might remember. He was there too. And I got into an argument with Boozy about this whole ghosty thing. And I finally like stood up and I figuratively smashed my wine bottle down in the fire, but it still had wine in it, so I kind of... And I said, there is no such thing as ghosts. Let me tell you what happens. You are going to die. You will die, you will be buried, and your name will be forgotten. It is inevitable. And that somehow turned into the corporate motto of Basement Con. I don't know how that happened. Peter Schultz, aren't you supposed to drink sake warm? Peter, you are very, very lucky I cannot get my hands on you right now. Although if that was actually an honest question, you haven't been watching my wine streams for very long. Good sake is consumed cold. Crappy sake is consumed hot. You drink hot sake because you want to kill the flavor. Hot sake is drunk for the buzz, not for the taste. Let's see. Oh boy, Pharaohs. Are there any differences between the fandoms of other countries? For example, American and the German furry fandom. Pharaohs, that would be a magnificent panel topic for something like Anthrocon, to get Danny and Cheetah and myself and the chairman of some of the other conventions together to discuss the similarities and the differences. What you are asking is something we could discuss for at least an hour. I'm going to excuse myself for just a moment. This is North Carolina. This is April. I'm going to turn the air conditioning on, if you'll pardon me. Oh, yes, we need that. Because it is getting decidedly warm in here. I don't know why. Maybe it's or, as one episode of one of my favorite TV series is, it's 90 degrees in here too. Yes, Undertaker says, if there was a ghost in Kage's house, he would put them on AC staff. All right. What ghosts could I run into? My dear and sainted late father, who would have been 90 this past Sunday. If the ghost of my father were around, I would know it. Because right now, the thermostat that I just turned on the AC would suddenly immediately jump itself back up to 77. And a ghostly voice would say, air conditioning costs money, boy. That's how the ghost of my late father would be haunting me. You know, the thermostat would just set itself to an energy-saving mode. If I walked in and I forgot to close the door right away, a ghostly force would slam the door. That's how that would work. Time for a refill. Oh, dear. Now, I have a very, very cynical attitude toward death and the Western tradition of it. I'm not going to get into that discussion because some people think of it as a downer, not on this stream. But at some point, if you would like to discuss my philosophy of death, dying, and what the hell? Excuse me. Go the fuck away. I said go away. I don't know why a bunch of crap came up on my screen right now. There it is. It's back. We'll talk about it offline. The thing is, in my long ago ancient past, I used to be caretaker of a cemetery. I'll leave you with that. Silver says, I had a ghost in the spare room once. I did not. That was an auditory hallucination, and I was able to trace the source of that. Silver is referring to the very, very first night that I spent in this wonderful condominium. Gideon, the furry artist, you might know Gideon, he had come down to help me move in and unpack. It's always good to have a friend to help you, like, put the bed together and unpack boxes and everything. He's a dear, dear old friend. We had managed to get the sofa set up and the TV, and we had hooked up the cable, and it was late at night, so we said, you know what, screw it. We're just going to watch some TV, and then we'll crash and take this up in the morning. While we were watching TV, both of us very clearly heard, coming from the bedroom up there, the sound of a woman crying. And it was so clear, we looked at each other and we muted the television, and we heard it again, a woman softly weeping in the bedroom. And we got up, we looked at each other, and we walked up the hall, and I would say, excuse me, is someone there? Hello? Is everything all right? And we went and we looked in both bedrooms, nothing there. And Gideon was totally freaked out by it. I'm a scientist, however. I could not explain it for a number of years, but I did come up with the explanation because I have heard similar things. The way this condominium is constructed, it has a very, very interesting auditory, whatever the word is I'm looking for. It sets up an interesting echo pattern. If there is sound outside in the area out behind the building here, that sound will echo and sound like it is coming from down the hall. I know that because I've had a bunch of annoying fucking little birds out there, cheap and intruding and everything, and it will sound like they are in the bedroom. But once I get up and go into the bedroom, I can then clearly hear, no, they are out here. And when I've moved back here, the sound then bounces back there. So it is an auditory trick. No ghost, no ghost, no ghost, no ghosts. And Drax says, the mysterious pop-ups, the ones with the lewd etchings, maybe that's a ghost. I have no idea why these pop up randomly on my television. But I did get this television out of the trash. It was being thrown away by a furry from Australia who goes by Fur King Heck. That might explain it. He might have left something on here. I don't know. Dave Hunter is here. We've been waiting for you. Where have you been? Ensign Games says, when is the walk? Well, Ensign Games, the walk was 10 hours ago. I'm afraid you missed it. But we had a grand time, and we raised quite a lot of money. Thomas Foxball says, why the weeping sound? There must have been somebody outside having a bad day. She was upset. She was crying in the yard. We heard her from down there. And then she went away. Maybe the TV is... So the TV is not haunted. The TV used to be owned by an Australian fursuiter. Of course it's got something on it. I probably should have like wiped its memory. Beach 200 says, welcome from the south of Brazil. Hello, Beach. Bom dia. Good to see you. Nom nom. Let's see, what else did I miss here? They're still talking ghosts in there. David Hunter says, the state store is... I know you're from Pennsylvania when you say that. The state store is offering a sake feature this week. What are they offering, Dave? I am very, very curious to know. Danny Lauderdale says, Beach 200, come to Brazil Fur Fest. I shall be going to Brazil Fur Fest, and I'm bringing some people with me. Danny, can I tell them who I'm bringing with me? I don't know if you've announced it. Let me know if I can tell them. Slushy Wolf says, what sake am I drinking right now? This is a Hakutsuru Junmai Daiginjo. That's all it's called. But you notice, this stuff, our Kabuki guy here, this sake is so good, he doesn't want his friends to know he's got it. So he's hiding it in his kimono there while he's like making a cell phone call to order some takeout yakitori or something to go with his sake. But again, I don't want my friends to know I've got this. It is actually not bad stuff. Does not have a bottling date. I bought this at risk, but I won this time. It is actually fairly good sake. If you have a bottle of sake that does not have a bottling date, I would even open it at the wine store and just give it a sniff. You can smell sake starting to go bad. At least I can. And tell them, look, I'll buy this if it ain't gone bad. Oh, T'Challa spent the day at a fun ham radio event, Parks on the Air. I'm glad you had fun there. Vox, good to see you. Let's see. And Danny says, you can tell. I am going to be dragging to Brazil Fur Fest with me Ronnie, to show you guys how dancing is done. And I also convinced Alkali to come down. So myself, Ronnie, and Alkali will be attending Brazil Fur Fest in July, I believe, of this year. And Danny, don't forget to tell the programming department that we're coming. Oh, yeah, David Hunter. G Joy. Yeah, that's Gekki-Kan. Shimizu, I'm not really familiar with Shimizu. And a can of sake. A can of sake. Wait a minute. That can of sake, does it by any chance have a fox on it and goes by... if it's a black can with a fox on it, it's not awful. I wouldn't crawl a quarter mile over broken glass for it, but it's serviceable. Let's see. Crazy Crux, are you going to FWA? I am not Crazy Crux. I am sad to say I will not be joining them this year. Oh, that's right. Danny is the programming guy. How could I forget? And we are starting a new tradition at Brazil Fur Fest. Anybody who is picked up as a guest at the airport and being driven down to Santos gets to visit their version of Office Depot on the way. Just because. So that's what we're going to do. And Pharaoh says, are critical questions also allowed? Well, I'll tell you what, Pharaohs, you say, I would like to ask something, but I don't want to offend someone. Tell us what the topic of the question would be. We'll work into it then. If I think it might be a little whatever, I'll have you maybe email me. But tell me what kind of questions you're thinking to ask. Yeah. Oh, Lewis is here. Hello, Lewis. Oh, you're ready. You're getting ready for the Grandmaster Lee Kam Wing of 7-Star Praying Mantis, who is coming all the way from Hong Kong. Dude, what the hell are you doing here? Go! Holy crap, that sounds cool. Nikolai Bell, yes, Bushido. It is Bushido sake, the black one with the fox on it. Yes. Let's see. And Layla Cookie still has the 3 Tumor Cat wine bottles. I still have several Tumor Cats up there. People still keep giving them to me. Okay. Oh, and Danny Lauderdale, we rented a huge van this year to pick all of you up. I'm calling shotgun right now. I ain't sitting in the back. Pharaoh's retracted the message. If it's that sensitive, okay, we used to call it pussyfooting around. Ease into it there, Pharaohs. We'll figure it out. Oh, and apparently, according to T'Chall, April 18th is World Amateur Radio Day. That's WARD for short, World Amateur Radio Day. I do want to point out, folks, in today's technological era, you may not realize that amateur radio is a thing. It's been going on since the wireless was first invented. Folks with radio setups, and these folk are lifesavers in a disaster. I've been in emergency services, and I can tell you, the amateur radio enthusiasts are the ones you turn to when the storm has taken down all of the power lines and all the cell towers. You have no communication with the outside world. But then this fellow shows up in his car and says, I can communicate with Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, or with Beijing. Who do you want to talk to? They are absolute lifesavers. I will definitely raise my glass to them. Oh, Danny Lauder, I'm sorry, Danny. The passenger seat. This goes back to the American West. The stagecoach driver would sit on the left side, and then next to him would be a fellow with a shotgun in case any danger came about. So in America, we refer to the passenger seat as shotgun position. I'm going to ride shotgun. That's the position there is. Let's see. And Silver Fox Wolf says, what is your name? What is your quest? What is the best way to run a convention? The problem with that is you won't just get people flying into the Gorge of Eternal Peril. You'll get people just knocked down, drag them out, punching each other, disagreeing. Ensign Games. Do you have a fursona? Yes, I do, as a matter of fact. To the best of my knowledge, I am Furry Fandom's only cockroach fursona. Der Kakerlake, Le Cafard, La Cucaracha. I am Little Cockroach in a lab coat that tells stories. Nom nom. Let's see. Oh, T'Chall says cockroach calisthenics. Funny you should mention that. Here you go.
Gokiburi, gokiburi taiso. Gokiburi, gokiburi, gokiburi taiso. Gokiburi, gokiburi, gokiburi taiso.
That was primarily for Steel Gear because I know that he adores that song. Danny, how do you apply to be guest of honor at Anthrocon? First, let me ride shotgun. On our way to Santos, I'll explain it to you. Oh, and apparently it's Barata down in Brazil. Slushy Wolf, were there a lot of fursuiters during the ALS walk? We probably had somewhere between 15 and 20 of them. We tried to get a group photo, but you know, fursuiters, they're running off having fun. But we were representing. We had flyers describing the furry fandom. We had a banner that said North Carolina Anthro Society, and we even got the two wolf mascots of NC State University with our banner. That's a big thing if you're here in North Carolina. But yeah. Okay. Sageosaurus has pointed out my typical fursona is a cockroach. Let me go get something. I will be right back. Hold the phone. Yeah. Ha! There we go. I'm back. Okay. I do have an alternate fursona. As we were getting ready for my long-awaited appearance at my first Brazil Fur Fest, I was in their chat channel. The national alcoholic beverage of Brazil is the caipirinha. It is similar to a mojito, but a hell of a lot better and without any mint in it. It's sort of like Mike's Hard Lemonade if Mike was psychotic. It is made with cachaça, which is an incredible, it's just good shit, okay? I was going to type in caipirinha, and I misspelled it because I'm a stupid American. What do I know about Portuguese, right? And I misspelled it, and I inadvertently created a new fursona, and Sageosaurus, as soon as I said it, she had to draw it. So I became the caipiranha. So this is my Brazilian fursona, only at Brazil Fur Fest. At Brazil Fur Fest, I am, the caipiranha. So yes, that is my alternate fursona. Num 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 num. Let's see. Pharaoh MK, it's about integrating other subcultures into your furry fandom. It is difficult to formulate with giving away the question. I'll tell you what, Pharaohs. Go ahead and ask the question. If it is something that is sensitive, I'll say let's talk about that offline. If it's something that I think we can discuss here, we'll discuss it here. We're all adults and we're all friends. Ask your question, Bridgekeeper. I'm not afraid. Sageosaurus says, I'm glad you like the art. I fell in love with you. I mean, look at that little face. That is just, this is now canonically the caipiranha. This is exactly what he looks like. With, you notice his little pink umbrella growing out of his head there. That's just perfect. You done good there, dear. Yep. Let's see. Dave Nebius says, nothing beats a plain, unembellished margarita. No lime, no salt, just tequila, blanco, triple sec, lime juice, and ice. Okay, why not? Wabaka says, what is your favorite color? Wine. Nom, 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 nom. Let's see. While the question is being formulated, I do want to point out that I could not do this wine stream without the generous support of our Patreon patrons. You hear this a lot. It's overused these days. People are like, like and subscribe. You know what? I don't care if you like and subscribe. I don't monetize my channel. I don't freaking care. Do whatever you want. But if you want to be a Patreon supporter, we have all sorts of cool rewards. Actually, no. You get stupid drawings that I do. That's pretty much it. And for those of you at like the SMD level, I owe you some videos. I'll get those out later, I promise. But I do want to send a particular shout out to my Patreon patrons. I got the list here. We got Zilver the Viking, who you've seen on this stream. We have Aranchus Volpes, Coma Blood Paul, Tom Fox, Bobo Poulette, welcome Bobo Poulette, David Hunter, Jackal Shergle, Mama T twice, she loves me so much she's here twice, Nikolai Tiger, Rick Hale Sans, Silent Dawn, Silver Fox Wolf, the posh werewolf, Silver Gataman, Tez Cat, Magic Jag, Bentley Shepherd, Boton Ros, also known as Aaron Heroer Fleur, Camilla from Brazil, Check the Shep, because he might be done, Dunkel Pfote, Flat Facts, which is hard to say, Foxhole Atheist, McLabin, Martin Spankenberg, Matthew Otter, McLovin Maine, Merlin Scorch, McCall, Mutcherwolf, Q the Dane, Rusty Rover, Sasha Whitefur, The Dragon Show, all of them, ash and yakisoba. If I missed anybody, very, very sorry. It was like 10 seconds before I was ready to go online. Oh shit, I got to get a list of Patreon patrons. So I hope I got your name. Ensign Games, may I please see one of your drawings? Sure, I guess. I'll tell you what, Ensign, hang out for 20 minutes, because in about 20 minutes, I will do the drawing portion of this presentation. Those who are Patreon patrons at the yay level, they can ask me to draw something, and I will draw it. It will not look at all like they asked for. As a matter of fact, it's not going to look anything what they want to ask for, because I am in no way, shape, form, or otherwise an artist. But I try, and that's what's important. Let's see. What did I miss? Okay, and Pharos MK. I'll tell you what, yeah, Pharos, that is a very good question. Let's talk about that one offline, because at any moment, my dear and sainted little old mother might walk into the stream. I don't want to get on that topic when she's here, because she might get curious and start asking questions, if you know what I mean. So we'll talk about that one offline. And Mr. Timo Lip2, I guess that's how you say it, or it's Murtimo Lip2, I don't know. How am I doing? I'm doing spiffy, thank you very much. And Luna says, it was so much fun and exciting to see you again since MCFC in Michigan. Oh, you were the pink fox with the 2 skull dogs. Love to hear your stories again. I had fun telling the stories. MCFC was interesting. We got to spend part of it outside. It was like an outdoor con. But let's not get into that. It was one of those things. Nom, 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 nom. And Viot says, I went to drink alongside Kage, but all my booze is gone. Well, I'll pour you one, Viot. It's okay. You can pretend you're drinking it. Here we go. And again, this is Hakutsuru Junmai Daiginjo, which is being sold to us by the Japanese kabuki gentleman who has such good sake. He's trying to hide it from his friends. He doesn't want his friends to know he's got this good sake. So he's getting on his cell phone there. He wants to order some takeout yakitori to go with his sake. But again, he's like, I want to make sure my friends don't find out, because this stuff is too good to share. Here we go. Nom, 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 nom. Oh, sorry. Always pour with the label up. If you know where that's from or where that was popularized, go ahead and shout it out in the channel. Undertaker the Furry Vampire. Do I have any near-death experiences? Undertaker sure is. Dude, I'm almost 60 years old. I've got dozens of near-death experiences. Holy crap. Times when I've been crossing the street in Philadelphia, seeing a taxi coming at me very, very fast. Times when I was trying to call in a tornado warning and then realized, you know what, I probably should be inside to do this. I've been in surgery a number of times. I have gotten so utterly trashed, I don't remember the evening. That's a near-death experience, yeah. Nom, nom, nom. Oh, see, Mom is here. I told you she would show up. Hello, Grandma Kage. Good to see you here. Oh, Grandma, Ushi is here too, if she's still watching. Making dinner, more listening. Okay, great. That sounds good to me. Nom, 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 nom. Running out of sake is a near-death experience, as Tianlong will tell you. Living in Philadelphia is a near-death experience. I have drunk the water in Philadelphia. Oh, God. In the 1970s. It's amazing I'm still here. Holy crap. Nom, 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 nom. All right. What else is going on? And Tim Fuchs says, just best regards from a German crooks. You need to refill your glass. Well, I did. Thank you very much. Gambe. Yum, 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 yum. And Humphrey says, you just built up a new form of immunity due to the water. Actually, I probably did. anybody who's familiar with Philadelphia, in the 70s, we used to swim in the Schuylkill River. And last year, I came down with skin cancer. Coincidence? Probably not. But, well, whatever. Oh, and Ace says, being near the Allegheny River is a near-death experience, and you get the benefit of knowing your body doesn't float if it goes past the near-death mark. Actually, Ace, let me clarify that. Your body will float in the Allegheny River. For the average human being, it takes 15 pounds to weigh you down. With the density of the water in the Allegheny River, it requires approximately 15 pounds of weight, an extra pound for every 15 pounds of body weight. I read that somewhere. Reader's Digest, I think. Yes. Next question. Let's move on, shall we say? Fur Science is here. Fur Science. If you're unfamiliar with Fur Science, that is a crew who has been studying furries from a proper psychological and sociological viewpoint for a long time, more than 20 years now, if I'm not wrong. If you want to know what makes furries tick, Fur Science is the place to go to, furscience.com. Chandler, I told you I read it in Reader's Digest at some point, yes. Robin Kegel, how about visiting East this year? The people from Crazy Horse are probably happy to see you again. Robin, you're talking about Sul, the Crazy Horse pension and restaurant and saloon, we would say, in Sul. I'll tell you what, Robin, if East could do something to help me get there, handle the hotel room and the rail fare, I could do the airfare, something like that, I would dearly love it. The Crazy Horse is at the foot of the Ringberg Mountain, where your reference was at the top. It is a wonderful little family-run place. They had no idea what furries were until we showed up, but I got like half a story hour out of the... You know what? Maybe I could tell that story right now, because I got nothing else to do, and I don't know if you people have anywhere to go. The Crazy Horse is probably the tiniest restaurant... Excuse me, somebody's pestering me. Mom, if that's you, you're already online. Oh, no, that's somebody else. Spam, where do these people get my number from? Anyway, the Crazy Horse is an American-themed restaurant in eastern Germany, in the wonderful state of Thuringen. That's Thuringia to us Americans. And it's adorable, because it must be what it's like for an Australian to go to Outback Steakhouse. Because when I go into the Crazy Horse, they're trying so hard to be American and American West, and they're about 90% there, but it's totally. For example, on the menu, one of their appetizers is chips and salsa. That's Fritos and ketchup. Actually, close. You've got the right idea, but okay. They have a life-sized sculpture of a horse. Okay, here's a little subtlety for you. Even some Americans wouldn't get this one. The horse has his front leg raised, and there's a big ace bandage wrapped around the middle of his leg. Think about it for a second. Wounded knee. Get it? They've got all these pictures of Western heroes and John Wayne and Ronald Reagan before he was a creep and all that. After your reference one year, the staff decided they were going to go down the hill to the Crazy Horse, which, as I said, is tiny. I think it might have 18 or 20 seats maximum in this little restaurant. And the staff was going to go down there and have a post-convention dinner. The wrong person got word of this and started spreading word to the entire convention membership. Hey, there's a post-con party at the Crazy Horse. Between 80 and 100 people went trooping down there to this little place. They tried so hard, but they were completely overwhelmed. The staff consisted of mom, dad, daughter, and daughter's boyfriend. Mom was like the maitre d', dad was the barman, the daughter was the waitress, and the daughter's boyfriend was the cook. That was the entire staff, 4 people. And 80 people showed up. The late Jibba, who was still alive at the time, this story would have been very different if he'd not been alive, but he was alive at the time. He was there with me. And we were kind of making fun of the situation. We're comics. It's what we do. Because it was just totally crazy horse. But then the young lady, the waitress, started to cry. Okay. Say what you will about Gibbet, and I got plenty of things to say myself, but he was a gentleman. We were not going to stand for that. So we immediately stopped being comics, and we essentially hired ourselves. Jibba started taking orders. I started bussing tables. We started gathering up dishes. Jibba was taking orders, doing his best to try to keep this increasingly annoyed mob of people. Where's our food? We ordered it 20 minutes ago. Where is it? I had this big bus tray just piled to the top with plates and glasses. I brought it to the bar, and there was a sink in the bar, and it was kind of cool. It had these 3 upright brushes in it. And like this little thing, you push the pedal and like a bidet would shoot up there. And I was looking at it, and I had the glass. I'm like, let's see. And I'm behind the bar, like playing with it. And I saw Dad, the bar. He looked up, saw me behind the bar. He had a rag in his hand. He threw the rag down, came storming up to me. I thought, oh, I'm in trouble. He grabbed the glass from me. He said, not that way. Watch, this way, do this. I'm like, yeah. And I learned how to wash glasses at a bar in like 10 seconds. Okay, that's how this works. And then you use the bead. Okay, great. So I washed the glasses, dried them off, lined them up. Jibba was taking orders. But people were getting impatient and then leaving. So finally, these meals would come out, and the people were gone. And the staff was starting to get extremely upset. So I went to the mom, and I said, listen, the big black man over there and me, we're Americans. Anybody who left behind the food, bring it to us, we'll eat it, and I'll pay for it. We made a good effort of it. Between Jibba and I, we polished off probably 8 or 9 full meals. We didn't feel so good. My God, we didn't feel so good afterward. But I paid for every single meal that people left behind. Why? Because I wanted the staff to look back on this and remember furries fondly and not be damning our name because we ruined their night. That's what you got to do for your community sometimes. But to this day, the Crazy Horse loves furries. Getting back to the original topic, somebody get me out to Sewell, and I will sure as hell enjoy going to the Crazy Horse. I'll tell stories, I do whatever. But I very much want to have a drink with, if Wolfgang Koenig is still the owner of the Ringberg, I owe him a drink. And actually, he owes me one too, so we can finally make good on that. Yeah. Let's see. First Science says, that's not going to meet fire regulations. Okay, First Science, this is the former East Germany. They're still kind of learning what fire regulations are over there. Don't worry about that. Let's see. Oh, and Steel Gear says, see our new airport. Yeah, you know what? I'll fly into Frankfurt, and then we'll get to Seoul from there. I've flown into the Brandenburg airport. It's there are words in English to describe the Brandenburg airport. Let's see if I can find a picture of the sculpture that is on the ceiling of the airport. You're not going to believe me unless I can show you this picture. Now, I know that I did not imagine it. Actually, Ronnie, I think you took the photo. They have like a sculpture of the human circulatory system hanging from the ceiling at the airport. You look up and it's like veins and arteries and blood, and this is very charming. This is very charming. Pittsburgh Airport has like a transformer who turns into a bridge. Brandenburg Airport has blood raining down from the ceiling. It's let's change the subject, okay? Okay. Luna Eclipse, what was your most embarrassing thing you ever did? Became chairman of Anthrocon. That probably is it. Oh, Fizzy Dad. I'm guessing that's Fizzy Dad. How was the walk today? There's another one. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait, that might have been Ronnie sending me the photo. Okay, yes, here it is. Okay. You think I'm making it up. That's the sculpture on the ceiling at Brandenburg Airport. It is going to hemorrhage on you at any given moment. It's very, very disturbing. The walk today went extremely well. We raised $12,000. Team Dog Bomb, yo, we did good. Somebody's asking what I'm drinking. This particular sake, which I have in my hand right now, this is Hakutsuru Junmai Daiginja, which is the name of it. That's like calling wine white wine. It really doesn't say a lot, but I like it because we've got our Kabuki man here, and you guys have heard this. You can close your ears. He's trying to hide the fact he's got sake from his friends because it's so good. He's on his cell phone. He wants to order some takeout yakitori. He doesn't want his friends to know he's got this good stuff. So yeah, this is what the Japanese refer to as guroshito, and I'm enjoying it. Yeah. William Key, what's your favorite sake? The one in my hand at any given moment. That is my favorite sake. But if you want the honest answer to that, that's this other bottle, which I haven't cracked open yet, Dasai. That is my absolute favorite of all the sakes. Yeah. Okay, yes. Yeah. Hey, Thomas Foxball, it's called the magic carpet. Dude, it's hemorrhaging. Oh, God. Okay. Humphrey Wolf's dad is a Dutch angel dragon. Well, congratulations, Humphrey. That's good to know. Okay. What else is going on here? First Science, tried any good Rieslings lately? Well, I had a Dr. Lawson. Actually, I have a bottle that I've been keeping. Hang on. Let me get this. Yeah. Here it is. Yeah. This is leftover from New Year's. I'm waiting for the next time Qianlong comes to visit. We're going to share this. This is First Dawn Messerschmitt, or whatever it is. First Dawn Messerschmitt. It's this is actually a sparkling Riesling. It's Riesling Sekt. So this stuff is actually quite exquisite, and it's got this very, very classy German guy on it, so you know it's got to be good. So the very, very next time Qianlong comes to visit, we're going to be opening this in celebration of his visit. There we go. Yep. Okay. Oh, and Tezcat the Magic Jag, it's time for anniversary dinner and movie date with hubby. Congratulations, Tezcat, and enjoy your night. Okay. Babaka says, should I ever win the lottery, I'm inviting you to Paris, and we will see all the Paris sights. William Key, would Raleigh be a good city to host a furry convention? The jury is out on that. We do have a fairly good-sized furry population here, and there is actually a local furry convention. It's not in Raleigh, it's in Durham. Raleigh itself, if you're talking about the city, but the local furry convention, which is known as Be Whiskered, is doing quite well, and they're perfectly happy in Durham. Let's see. And Savage Gerbil, if you have any love for film oddities, Sergeant Kabuki-Man was amusingly insane. Was a trauma flick, if I remember. Okay, any trauma flick is gonna be good. Yep. And Qianlong says, you have to do the Qianlong voice. I recall we tried that sect during New Year's Eve. You were very excited to see me pop my cork. Yes, I was very excited to see you pop your cork. And the sect was exquisite as well. Yep. Okay. Let's see, did I miss anything going by here? Keto Dragon Fox says, does that wine shop carry Dasai? I think I missed something. I'm not sure which wine shop we're talking about, but if you're talking about Triangle Wines, since I started going there, yes, they carry Dasai now. Yep. And Mark Redshaw, have you heard about the furry play Persona Non Grata? I have not, but you must give me a review when you get back. Dave Nivius, the only places in Europe I want to go are for the alcohol. Edinburgh, Champagne, Cadiz, and Madeira. Okay, if you like Scotch, go to Edinburgh, but it's very, very touristy. Tell you what, don't go to Edinburgh itself. Head up into the Highlands. Go to one of the little towns there. You'll be glad you did. Yep. And Mutterwolf says, sake in Portland is very widespread but needs great care. It's almost all Sake One in Portland. They are the big importers. It's Hakutsuru and Sake One. And you said you found bottles that are up to 3 years old. That bottle's dead. It's like a bottle of milk that's 6 months old. You just cannot drink it. Yep. Arco the Fox, I missed the last half hour. Anything interesting happened? No, Arco, we actually shut the stream down when you left, and we just restarted it, hoping you would come back. Nom, 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 nom. Yep. And Steelgear says, oh God, one of my repressed memories of shame just came back. Steel, you're a horse. I would love to know what one of your repressed memories of shame is. There was a comic that was done by Donna Barr many, many years ago called Stintz. And it was a graphic novel about a Luddite community of centaurs living in Germany back in the German imperial era. Stintz Lohart was one of the members of this community. I shouldn't say Luddite, more Mennonite-style community. But anytime I'm talking with Steel Gear, I can't help thinking of how lovingly Donna created the entire world around her centaurs. She put a lot of thought into what would life be like for them? What challenges would they face? How would it be different for them? And one thing in particular, the young Steinheld Lohard stints to his friends. There comes a time in a young colt's life when, as she says, he accidentally made himself unpresentable. So what does a young centaur colt do when he becomes unpresentable? He jumps into a pond and just stands in the pond up to his human waist until he's presentable again. Steele, I've got to get you a copy of Stints. I think you would like it. But at 18, he went on a language study abroad in England. Go on, Steele, I'm interested. Went to a pub, and knowing nothing of English pubs, to think it was like a normal bar, I went and tried to order a standard cocktail. Steele, what did you order? I'm very, very curious. Because I had a friend do something similar. Oh, you ordered a sex on the beach. Yes, that's something that I don't think is very, very well known in English pubs. Somebody asked me what one of my most embarrassing moments was not something that I said. A young furry friend and I happened to be traveling together, and we found ourselves in London at Heathrow Airport. This was a number of years ago, quite a few years ago. And I said, we've got 3.5 hours to our flight. Let's go to the pub. I'll buy you a drink. We went there. I ordered up some German wine because English wine is crap. And the bartender said to my friend, what would he have? And here, at an airport in London, years ago, he said, I'd like an Irish car bomb. Things got very quiet. I did some fast talking. I am not going to mention any names, but it was Giza. Darling boy that he is. Oh, Beach 200. I always had a question about traveling outside the country of origin regarding, cell phone. Oh my goodness. Okay, do not use roaming. They will rape you for that. You can either buy a local SIM card, which is recommended, or you just put your phone in airplane mode and use Wi-Fi for everything. Do not use roaming in a foreign country. They will not treat you well. Yep. And Layla says, my microphone is crackling sometimes. When you say sometimes, well, I don't know. Am I plugged in fully? I think I'm plugged in fully. Is my microphone crackling sometimes? No, Thomas Fuchsbell says, EU roaming is fine. Our friend is from South America, though. Yes, that could be different. But since we're talking mixed drinks, this past weekend at, I got to make sure I get this right. I keep confusing the two. At Fur Squared, they had a novice bartender. And by novice, I mean, I think this was the kid's first night. He'd never even been to bartender school. Boozy Badger asked for an Irish coffee. And the poor kid was on Google trying to look up the recipe. And Boozy delicately put his hand on his shoulder and leaned up and said, just coffee with Irish whiskey in it. And then the kid was going up to the whiskeys. This one? No, that's a bourbon. No. How about this one? No, that's rum. Tullamore, that one there, that's an Irish whiskey. It's adorable. I mean, the poor kid was in so over his head. All right, time to refill that glass. Savage Gerbil says, didn't you once mistake a colleague for a blind date? I don't recall the story you're referring to, Savage. You might have to refresh my memory. Honestly, I don't. Steel Gear's AC counter just went down to 72 days. Please don't remind me. Okay, here's something you all cannot see. Cannot see. I have to be very careful. I have Germans here. Something that you are unable to see is all the goddamn boxes piled up over here. I wish Champion of Boxes was here. He would love it. But it's that time of year where my living room is no longer my own. It's just, yeah, bunch of boxes. No, I'm not lifting them, Ronnie. Don't give me grief. I am waiting for Kofu to get here to lift them, so I'm not, it's okay, yeah. Yeah, that got me into trouble in Berlin, so I'm very, very careful. It was at Eurofurence. It was in Berlin, and the fursuit parade, they still had a fursuit parade, was going on. And this woman showed up, a local person, and she had like a 5-year-old girl, and she was letting the kid just run around like an American. And the kid's running up, and I'm yelling at the fursuits, wait, stop, look down, look. And, okay, I could see that there's going to be a problem here. And I'm shouting at the woman, schon Frau, Entschuldigung, die Kind, diesen Kostümträger, fuck, my German is awful. They cannot see the child. They can only see from here up. They cannot see. Then I shut up. All right, what's going on here? It was one of those traveling internationally stories. Oh, God. Yes. No, Savage, that is such a long story with such a long buildup. I would actually have to start that from the beginning. My 2002 story hour, which is titled Les Tourniquets Monjardins de Paris, The Maddening Turnstiles of Paris, that story took place there, and it does take a full 45 minutes to tell that story of my first visit to Paris. Yep. Maybe if I open that second bottle of wine, maybe I'll tell it. Although I've been kind of thinking it's been now 21 years, maybe it's time to return that story to the stage and tell it again this year. And Ensign Games says, it's not, okay, would two anthro characters kiss because of their snouts? You raise an interesting question. Furry role players have been looking at the challenges that would be encountered by furries since the very beginning. Writers, artists, would two furry characters kiss? Would they muzzle spar as canines? Or would they rub noses? I don't think they would kiss per se. Would they lick one another's snouts? Probably. What would cockroaches do? I'm not going to say because it would be dirty. Let's see. And Vovaka says, Nazi schmatzi, says Werner von Braun. There's my next copyright strike for this stream. I should probably check. Did I get a copyright strike for the intro? Probably. You know how YouTube works. Yep, there it is. Oh well. Thank you. So yeah, when this gets made public, there'll be ads on it because the I don't know, the Romanian National Symphony, whatever the hell. Nom nom nom. And Steel Gear says, "Real homies kiss on the tummy." Well, if that's what you're into, all right, yeah. Things freeze, or there's no more comments coming in. See, when the chat stops, I never know, did shit freeze up or are people just not saying anything? People are just not saying anything. There we go. So we are at 6:44. I'll tell you what, when this glass is done, which will be very, very soon, we will switch over to the drawing cam. That's cam, C-A-M, with the Philadelphia accent. We'll switch over to the drawing cam, and we shall do some drawings for our wonderful Patreon patrons. Now, what you may not realize is I've got the list on the screen back here. I may have glanced at it, but I don't look closely at what people ask me to draw because it's a little more fun for me to see it for the first time when I'm half a bottle in. Yep. Let's see. And David Hunter says, I put in to go to the ACS in the fall, but instead they decided to send me to Notre Dame the week after AC. When you say ACS, do you mean American Chemical Society? Because that's what comes to mind when I see ACS. Yeah? And TC Mutt blew up the engine on the RX-7 this morning. Well, TC, why did you want to do that? Nom, nom. And that is what you meant. So the ACS is sending you to Notre Dame. The ACS never did dick for me. In fact, let me tell you about those motherfuckers. Back in the 90s, when I started to realize the myth that they had been selling me on, that, the United States has this shortage of scientists and we don't have enough PhDs to fill all the jobs that we have. That was bullshit then. It's bullshit today. They're still spreading that myth. But here I found myself with 3 letters after my name and absolutely no job prospects because any job that required a PhD was already filled and those people were not dying fast enough to make those jobs available. I went to an ACS meeting, American Chemical Society meeting in Anaheim, California. And they had 2 things they could do for you. What can the American Chemical Society do to help me, a newly minted PhD chemist, get a job? We can help you find an alternative career. Okay, guys, I got in the business to be a goddamn scientist. I don't want no alternative career. Don't tell me you're going to help me find an alternative career. Don't go there. So they said, well, you can go to the Employment Clearinghouse. In order to get into the Employment Clearinghouse, they made you wear this giant yellow badge that said Job Seeker. You might as well have had a big dunce cap on. Look at me, I'm a loser. Job seeker. It should have had 6 points on it, if you ask me. But when you went in there, it was like the last helicopter out of Saigon. They had these big books. This is back in the 90s. They had these big books with all of the job listings in them. And they had to have a guard at each table to keep people from applying for the job and then ripping the page out to keep other people from applying. That's what the ACS did for me. And that's when I stopped giving those bastards their $114 a year or whatever it is now. I don't know. All right. And Humphrey says, does the ACS have a team that helps first responders with spills, or am I thinking of it? No, you're thinking of another group. The ACS doesn't do dog dick for anybody, period. All right, I'm going to finish this shit, and then we are going to go to the drawing cam. And at this point, Grandma Kage usually says, "Oh, I'm leaving. It's boring when he draws." I'm sorry. Num, num, num. Marek, where the hell have you been? For Christ's sake, you are almost 2 hours late. Holy crap. Okay, guys, back me up. For the past 2 hours, every 10 minutes, has anybody seen Marek? I've been saying the entire stream, has anybody seen Marek? Where the hell are you? Goddamn, I am so glad you're finally here. Now I can get to the drawing portion. Num, 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 num. Yeah. And yes, David Hunter enjoys the drawing cam. I've talked about this before. I'll say it again while I'm waiting to finish my sake. My own accent confuses me because I talk about the drawing cam. The drawing cam. But I don't say camera. I say camera. It is a camera. But I refer to it as a drawing cam. Why? I don't know. I'm senile. That's what it must be. Alex L. is intrigued by the 2 plushies in view. Now, Alex, you see 2 plushies. I see 4. Because we have stand-in Ronnie here, who helps to keep me going when the real Ronnie isn't here. And we've got Cerberus over here, the 3-headed plush, whom I saw at a science fiction convention. There was a book dealer, and they had this guy sitting on one of the shelves of the books. Screw your books. I went up and I said, "Excuse me, is Cerberus for sale?" And the lady said, "Oh, yes, $30. I said, "I'll take it." She said, "Per head." "I'll still take it." Num, num, num. Thomas Fuchsball says, aluminum or aluminium? As an American, I say aluminum. What you need to understand is that came about in the 18th century because there was a shipment of this metal coming in from abroad. I don't know where, but there were several hundreds of tons of this, an entire cargo ship full. And it showed up, and somebody looked at the cargo manifest, and the cargo manifest said aluminum. It didn't say aluminium. And the problem is when you're dealing with customs laws, the cargo manifest has to match your bill of lading and all of that. So they're like, this is a very valuable commodity, and we're just going to send it back. So we, being Americans, we said, you know what? We're just going to fucking change the language. That's easier. We'll take it. Bring it on in. That's probably true. I'm guessing. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Num, num, num. David Hunter grew up in Middle PA, also known as Alabama. You get both the Philly and the Pittsburgh influence. I know how that works. Yep. And Chen says it's my posh side preferring the formality of camera as opposed to the drawing cam. Yep. Yes. This Cerberus guards the gates of heck. He is a nice puppy. Yep. And as is, let me bring him up here. Similar to the great kaiju King Ghidorah, it is always the left head, which is the derpy one. So this is our version of Kevin Ghidorah over here. So indeed, this is, am I going to be able to put him back on his perch without him falling over? Let's find out. Yep, he's staying. Okay. Ensign Games. When did our stereotype start? Ensign Games, that is an excellent question. I will address it after we do the drawing, if you would be good enough to remind me. It is an honest question, and it deserves an honest answer. Let's see. All right, yes, we're going to the drawing cam. I'm going to put this thing over here. We're going to put my hat over here, and we're going to switch to the drawing cam. Now, some shit is going on with my system. I am using the exact same microphone, the dildo mic here, for the drawing cam. But sometimes when I switch over to the drawing cam, it starts crackling. It's the same mic. I don't know. So we're going to give it a test, and let's see what it sounds like. This is the drawing cam. I am talking into it. Can you all tell me, has the sound quality degraded, even though it's the same cam and now it's fucking crackling? All right, okay, I'm sorry. Let me fix that shit. We're just going to go to a different microphone. Okay, how is this? Is this better now? Can you hear me better? And Thomas Fuchsbell says, I have to see the setup and see if it can be fixed. Listen, I've had Asians here, and they haven't been able to fix it. Okay, thank you very much. We are now going to go to my list of things people want me to draw for whatever the hell reason. Okay, first we have Mama T. And I'm going to write up here, Mama T. And now, mind you, when I'm doing the drawing, I am not looking at the stream. So if something goes crazy, I won't know it. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. I'll tell you what. I'll put this on here. All right. Okay. She says, 3 foxes in the pose of the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. I think I can do that. Now we're going to put this back here just in case somebody says, Uncle Kage, you died or something. Okay, so Mama T wants the 3 foxes in the hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. So we have 3 foxes. This first fox, he's going to be, well, first foxes, they have these long pointy muzzles. As you know, that's what we know about foxes. And then they've got this floof over here, right? This fox has these big tall ears, but this guy, he's wearing like a pair of John Lennon like sunglasses, right? Because he's see no evil, right? But since he's a fox, he's got to have the big fox tail, just like that. That's what foxes look like. Okay, right? Then we've got another fox over here. He's also got the long, pointy muzzle that foxes all have, and the floof on either side of his face. Now, he's got earplugs in that kind of like have like a cord attached to them here. So he's got these, and he's just totally happy because he can't hear any evil coming out, right? And he's got his tail over here too, right? And then we've got the speak no evil fox. The speak no evil fox is speaking no evil because he's got no muzzle at all to speak with. So that's how he speaks no evil. Okay, that works for me. So see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. There should be a 4th fox here, and that is like do no evil, but we really can't have that because it's foxes, and that's what foxes do. Ask Tom Fox, he will be the first to admit it. It sounds like I'm talking into a potato. All right, let's try shall I try a different microphone? Okay, well, let's try this shit. Excuse me. All right. I'm talking to a potato. Sorry, buddy. All right, properties. Let's try this crap. Okay. How about this? Is this a little better than talking into a potato? Are you folks happy now? Should I keep going or should I go back to the other one? And Tom says, no, no, no. Well, fucking crapping managed son of a buck. All right. Hang on. Properties. Okay. All right, let's try this. Okay, how about now? How does this sound now? Somebody tell me how this sounds. Is this getting any better, any worse? Okay, you say good. Hey, you guess what? This is the fucking same microphone. This is the Yeti mic I put, but never mind. We're not going to touch it. All right, we're putting this shit over here. All right, never mind. I'll show you in a moment. Okay. Bobo Poulette. Hello, Bobo. Brand new supporter. Good to see you here. Bobo Poulette says, Zanny the Blue hanging out with the big gator boys. I think I can draw that. Okay, so first off, we've got Bobo. Hello, Bobo. Very good to see you. So Zanny the Blue. Oh boy. I might have to get some drawing reference for this. Let's see. Zanny. I can almost picture the fursuit. Because I was just like there, like. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Zanny the Blue. We're can we do this from memory? Zanny the Blue is a dragon, and they have like these big like wingling fans for ears, like this, right? Like bat wing ears, like this, and then they got floof over here, and then they got these eyes that kind of are in the middle here. Okay, so that's Zanny. My impression of Zanny the Blue, right? Okay. Now what am I doing? This is hanging out with the big gator boys. Okay, we can draw that. Okay, big gator boys. Well, we got big gator boy 1 over here. Now the thing with gators is they have like these big egg eyes here, right? And then they have like these long muzzles, and then they're all like, I have teeth because I am gator. Yep. But he's like a big gator dude with like rawr, big. Yes, I am like all muscly and shit, and I've got dragon spines because why the hell not? And I have like a 6-pack which I'm gonna draw down here, and it's like yes, plus 1 more because I ain't drawing 2. There you go. So here we have Zanny the Blue with a foxtail. That looks good to me. Remember, I ain't no artist. I don't know why people ask me to draw this shit, but I do it because they ask. Okay, this is for David Hunter. The Visit Pittsburgh staff watching the rooms for AC being booked at record speed. Okay, we're going to draw 2 of the Visit Pittsburgh staff. I'm not going to name them. These are going to be sort of generic Visit Pittsburgh staff, right? Okay, so this is for Dave Hunter. Dave H. Hello, Dave. Okay, so Visit Pittsburgh person number 1, who essentially he's like watching this in like open-mouthed horror, and his head is just like exploding. It's like explode. Yep. But since he's Visit Pittsburgh, he is dressed in a very, very, very nice business suit because they're very, very professional over here. And he's like, dude, what the fuck? It's like 3 buttons. Okay, there you go. Let's not forget his ears. Yep. And then we have another one. This one's she's a nicer lady. We're gonna draw a nice lady. Yep. And she's got very, very nice hair coming down here. And she's got a very, very delicate like lace like lace shirt on here, right? And it's it's like a cardigan sweater, you know, with buttons going down here. She's dressed very, very nicely, and her head is exploding, but she's like, holy shit, we're just totally fucking rich here. Yeah, that's I'm sure that's how it was. Okay, that's pretty much how that works. Thank you, Dave. Thank you so much. Okay, who else is next here? Silver Fox Wolf. Silver Fox Wolf is our posh werewolf. Silver Fox Wolf, parentheses, posh werewolf. A werewolf in VR chat getting very confused by things like walls, reality, and things getting in the way of the VR world. Okay, I have been in VR chat with Silver Fox Wolf, and this is very much how it is. First off, we have to have Silver Fox Wolf. He's a wolf. Wolves have these very broad, boxy muzzles, unlike foxes, right? But they still have floof on either side. Now, our friend Silver Fox Wolf is in VR chat, so he's got his VR chat headset here with all like the little dots and shit that they've got on them. I don't know, right? Okay, but as he is a posh werewolf, he is wearing his bowler hat, because all posh werewolves wear their bowlers, and of course his ears come up on either side of it like that. Yep. Right. And he's actually we have to draw it like this. He is also dressed in his English city gent outfit here, right? But he's got his VR chat controllers, which kind of shaped like that, right? And then he's got another one over here, kind of like that. And he's also got some button-down shoes. Yep. But he's all like, where am I? What's with the walls and everything? Now, what he is in danger of, that he's got to watch out for, is down here is a desk, which he is going to crack his knee on in about 60 seconds. That's how this shit works. Trust me, I know. And that's our posh werewolf, Silver Fox Wolf. Thank you, Silver. You know I love you to pieces. And I will be seeing you in about 6 weeks in Birmingham at Confuzzled. Now, as far as I know, that is the end of the drawings. So we're going to go back to the couch. Now, I got to tell you, Okay. I turned on the dildo mic here, right? Yep. I turned this on and people, oh, it's crackly. So I turned on this camera's microphone, the drawing cam mic. Oh, it sounds like a potato. I turned on this and they said, oh, that sounds like a potato too. Then I went back to this microphone and everybody said, oh, it sounds just fine. So why it was crackly the first time and then not crackly the second time, that's for somebody else to figure out. I don't fucking care. I just want to finish my sake, and I'm going to do that right now. Thank you all very much for your support, my dear Patreon patrons. If you'd like to become a Patreon patron, It's easy. Patreon.com/Uncle Kage. You can't miss it. G1 expert, did I miss the wine drinking? G1, you're just in time. Yeah. Thomas Fuchsbell, he's German. It sounded like the mic was attached twice for a moment, so I have an idea about this wrong. Dude, fucking fix it. Shut up and fix it. Just fix it. And I'll do another drawing for you, really. Steel Gear pointed out, every once in a while, even a blind chicken finds a piece of corn. This almost actually looks like kind of what it's supposed to, so I think I might have screwed that one up. Sorry, Silver. Okay. Thomas Fuchsbell says, shall I come over for a weekend and fix it? I'll tell you what. I will tell you what, Tom. You get yourself over here, and I'll show you a good time. That came out wrong. Let me fix that. You get yourself over here, and I will be a consummate host. Anybody who's ever come to visit me, I think that they can vouch for my consummation as a host. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, now there's a bunch of tech going back and forth. I'm not going to remember this in the morning. Somebody capture it for me, please. And in the morning, tell me what I need to do to fix this shit. Okay. Okay. Nom, 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 nom. So we are still on this first bottle of sake, the Hakutsuru Junmai Dai Ginjo, which is our Kabuki friend here who doesn't want his friends to know he's got sake, so he's calling in his yakitori order. And don't tell my friends I got sake. That's how that's working here. Yep. Oh my goodness. Dati, could you make a video of what different symbols and molecular diagrams mean? Dottie, that's like an entire course in general chemistry. I could, if I were to, I would put it on my science channel on YouTube. My science channel is Samuel Conway, PhD, on YouTube. I'll tell you what, Dottie, send me an email, unclekage01@gmail.com, and tell me a little more specifically what you're interested in. There's lots of symbols and molecular diagrams. I could perhaps try, but you're asking a very, very broad question. That's sort of like asking me, what do all the symbols in every alphabet on the planet mean? We have to narrow that down. Lucky the Fosky. Looking forward to seeing you at EF 27 this year. Is it 27 already? My first EF was EF 8. Wait a minute. Holy shit. Hang on. That means that this is going to be my 20th Eurofurence. I'll have to do something special. I'll get drunk. That's what I'll do. Let's see. Somebody had a pharma. Oh, Marek the Wolf has a pharma question. Marek, I am a chemist. I am not a pharmacist, but I am versed in pharmaceutical chemistry, but I am not an expert therein. Ask me your question, but I may not be able to answer, and if I think it's outside my realm of expertise, I shall certainly tell you. Yep. Yep. And Savage Gerbil, it alarms me how many things I run into these days that were 20 years ago. Just wait until you start telling people about 40 years ago. Oh my gosh. Yep. Okay, I should get back. I have to get back in my normal seating position, which is exactly between Stand-in Ronnie and Cerberus there. There we go. Okay. And I'm going to make sure the dildo mic is in the right spot. Where are we here? Yes, the Science Channel, there's not a lot of videos on it. I was making science videos up until about 2016. And the problem is my Science Channel was intended to educate, And I lost enthusiasm for it because people are no longer interested in being educated. That's my take on it. I don't teach because I don't like to waste my time. If people are not willing to learn, I'm not going to waste my time teaching them. I'm sorry, that's how I feel. Lucky the Fosky, we have to celebrate my 20th, maybe the room party. You know, I had a room party at a convention late last year that I gave. I didn't know I was giving it. It was Sunday of the convention, and the chairman came up and said, Uncle Kage, you're going to have a room party tonight at 8 o'clock. I'm like, what? Are you inviting me to room party? He said, no, you are going to have a room party tonight at 8. I said, you mean like in my room? He said, yes. At 8 o'clock, go to your room. You're having a room party. All right. See, what I didn't know was, and Humphrey's here, he can tell you more of the story. Apparently, a crazy had shown up and was talking about coming there that evening and mentioning my name. So they wanted me upstairs while they took care of our special friend there. Yep. Let's see. Stray, I always found it entertaining when you were educating. It's like edutainment. And I like doing it. I like teaching. But at least in my country, we have reached a point where people are not open to new ideas. I don't know. Maybe with enough of this, I might be convinced to do another video. Yep. Oh, no, it was not the guy from Belgium, T'Chall. This was actually a new crazy I had never heard of. Oh, Marek the Wolf. Why a urine test for drugs shows a positive test for Fent, then go to find them. Okay. We're going to go back to the drawing cam for this answer. How does the sound sound? Is it all screwed up and crackly? Somebody please tell me. How is the sound? Crackling. Okay, let's try this. Let's see if, okay, let's try this shit, right? Hang on. Okay, here's the potato. Is this potato again? Are we back to potato? Is this better but not crackly? Okay, let's try this. Now we're going to go back to the first microphone. How does this sound? Is this better? Okay, yes. Don't ask me. Okay, here's why. The basic test for drugs in a system goes into something called a chromatograph. There, I spelled it. There are gas chromatographs and liquid chromatographs. Basically, what happens is you take a mixture of shit, you put it into the chromatograph separates the components of your mixture. It passes them all through a column, and they all pass through at different speeds. Now, your basic detector just says something is coming out at a given time. What you get is what we call a chromatogram. This is time. As the stuff is passing through your column at different speeds, your detector is saying, hey, there is some shit here. And that shows up like this. It shows up as a series of peaks. Your chromatogram is going to look like this. These are all the components of your mixture. Now, they're going to run a standard solution of known things that come out at known times. If you're looking for fentanyl and the fentanyl standard comes out at that time, well, if this is your urine and they see a peak at the same time, they're going to say, aha, holy shit, that's fentanyl because it comes out at the same time. But that can be misleading. That's why you need the mass spectrometer. Because the mass spectrometer will not just look at the time, it will look at the molecular weight of that peak. So yes, it comes out at the same time as fentanyl, but let's look at the molecular weight. If it has a different molecular weight, well, I'm sorry, it just happens to come out at the same time, but it's not fentanyl. That's how it works. If it's got the same molecular weight as fentanyl and comes out at the same time, guess what? You are busted. Let's go back to the couch cam, shall we now? I hope that was clear. That's probably as simply as I can explain the very, very nuanced science of chromatography. That is what I do. I am a mass spectrometrist. I deal with chromatography all the time. I am looking for crap coming out of rubber. That's what I do. Yep. Okay, apparently it's an auto-switching problem. Apparently I have to jiggle the toilet handle. Okay, got it. Thank you, Savage. So, the next time we switch to the drawing cam, I run into the bathroom and jiggle the toilet handle, and it will take care of our sound problems. Got it. So yes, Thomas Fuchsbaugh, my expertise is in elastomers. That is a lot easier for me when talking to furries, because I don't want to say to furries, I am a rubber chemist, because they look at me funny when I say that. Nom, nom, nom. Let's see. Oh, Layla says, I told you about my mom had a terrible time in the hospital. She's, back to, Layla, I am so glad to hear that those dark days are behind us. Yeah. No, I do not work for Trojan. Ensign Games, what type is it? Latex? No, we don't deal with latex. See, I'm in the pharmaceutical industry. We deal with synthetic rubber. Latex is a thing of the past. The problem is latex comes from natural rubber. You don't know what's in that shit. You could have like bird crap, monkey sperm. It doesn't matter. Natural rubber is absolutely filthy. Synthetic rubber is equally filthy, but at least it's predictably filthy. So that's why we use synthetic rubber in the pharmaceutical industry. Yep. Ronnie Noodle says, please do not jiggle the toilet handle to fix your sound issues. But that's what they just told me to do. Make up your minds. Yep. Num, num, num. And Mr. Timo LP says he works for Magnum clearly. Funny that I was in the supermarket the other day looking to buy some ice cream. They had these chocolate ice cream bars called Magnums, and I really wanted to get some. And then I thought, if I get on the stream and I decide I want some ice cream, and I get on the stream and I put a Magnum in my mouth, I'm never going to hear the end of it. So I got some Tillamook ice cream instead. Num, num, num. Let's see. Ensign Games, when did they start? Ensign Games, I don't quite understand the question. Could you clarify when you say, when did they start? Who are we talking about? Maybe you clarified 10 minutes ago, but I've been enjoying the evening. Let's see. Savage Gerbil says, you get in bed with Trojan, you're going to end up getting screwed. Ha, ha, ha. Yep. Yep. And Ronnie says, now what? Now Magnums? Now Trojans? What? Vrika Wolf, do the number of heads on Cerberus increase proportionally with the number of bottles of wine consumed? Maybe for you, Vrika. For me, they stay fairly constant at 3. Let's see. And Marek the Wolf says, Magnums are too small. Marek, why don't you come visit me? Num, num. I see a book up here. We were talking about my bookshelf a while ago. I'm going to reach up and get a book. Some of you who've been watching this stream for a while are familiar with this. What the hell was that? We'll figure that out tomorrow. I have a book here. This book was written more than 100 years ago. Let's see what the publishing date was here. Actually, this one is fairly new. 1920. Yes, more than 100 years ago. The author is Albert Payson Terhune. The title of this book is The Heart of a Dog. And this particular edition is almost 100 years old. If you are not familiar with the author Albert Payson Terhune, I guess you could say that he wrote from a furry perspective. All of his books are written from the perspective of the dog. And this was a person who knew dogs probably better than any human being that ever existed in history. So, remember that name. Albert Payson Terhune, The Heart of a Dog, from one who knew the hearts of dogs. This one is richly illustrated. I'm not going to open it too far because it's a very old edition. We're going to set it down here. All right, back to shit. What's going on here? Let's see. Oh, you have to go feed Lily the lychee gecko before she starts searching for souls to consume. That's kinky, Viot. That's very kinky. Let's see. Okay. And Charles says, yes, he wrote many books. Lad, a dog. He owned a farm in New Jersey back when New Jersey had farms called Sunnybank. The Sunnybank Collies, their descendants today, are still show winners. And Layla Cookie says, I'm so warm right now because of the wine. Well, Layla, I'm starting to get a little warm myself because of the sake. Here we go. I don't know. Am I going to be able to open the second bottle. It's already 7:30. We're going to have to see how that goes. The thing is, I did pregame before the show here. Now I keep thinking of that ice cream. Okay, let's see. So either nobody's saying anything or it froze up again. I don't freaking care. I have my sake. I'm going to put the hat back on. Because I think the hat adds a certain level of class to this stream. A certain level, not a distinct level. But yeah, okay. Oh, Marek the Wolf, have you ever had a week where everything in the house breaks all at once? Yes, and that's the thing. When you're a homeowner, no singular thing will break. It just doesn't happen. Everything will break at the same time. That's how it works. I had a terrible, terrible scare a couple of months ago. I was getting ready to leave for work. The door is right over here. I was getting ready to leave. I had my hand on the doorknob when I suddenly heard a strange hissing sound from the hot water heater closet, which is just off the kitchen back here. And I stopped and what the hell's that? And I went in. One of the unions and one of the pipes leading from the hot water heater had loosened itself over time, and there was water gushing out of it. I quickly attended to that, tightened the union back down. But that left me shaking for days, because what if that had happened 30 seconds later, when I had already left and was on my way to work and was spending the entire day in Durham? Who knows what horrors would have awaited. So when I leave on trips now, I always turn the water off. Savage Gerbil, you put it very well. Owning a house is like having a Rube Goldberg of mayhem. Yep. And thank you, Master Bondo Fox. Yes, we are going to quote George Carlin. What the hell does that mean? Hot water doesn't need heating, but we still call it a hot water heater. Yum, yum, yum. And Dottie Cindergraph says, let's see Kage in a cab driver's hat. You know, that's one kind of cap I do not own. You send me one, I'll put it on for the stream. Stray says, the hat reminds me of ragtime and barbershop quartets. Well, if there were four of me, I could sing a quartet. We could send you all to one of the musical pieces I did back when I was unemployed on my channel, the Tuna Quintet, which you can still find on my channel. I wonder, do I even still have that on my hard drive? Let's see. We're going to do a search on my data drive for the word tuna. Why the hell not? Let's see if it's here. Yeah. Oh, keyboard is here. Yeah. This might take some time. I have a very, very large drive. It's very big. And fat 32. Yeah. No, T'Challa, I do not have a Newsboys cap. Oh my gosh, I do have it. I could put it on the stream here. It would take me a moment or two. There might be about 20 seconds of black screen. I'll leave it to the channel. If you're willing to indulge me while I quickly put it in the thing here, would you like to see the Tuna Quintet? Or shall I say, fuck it? We got lag. We got to wait for people. People like, yes, there's one yes. Okay, thank you, one person. All right. There's 2, 3, 4. Okay. I'll tell you what. The way OBS works is I have to open a new thingy and then I have to quickly put this in there. It's going to take me about 20 seconds. There'll be some dead air. We'll try to get to it very quickly, but here we go. I'm going to say new. Here we go. Yep. I'm going to call this that. Okay. Here we go. Yep.
Tuna, 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 fish, fish, wonderful fish, tuna, tuna, fish, wonderful fish, yum, yum, bumblebee, bumblebee, tuna, I love bumblebee, tuna, yum, yum, bumblebee, bumblebee, tuna, I love a sandwich. Yum, yum, bumblebee, bumblebee, tuna. I love bumblebee, bumblebee, tuna. Yum, yum, bumblebee, bumblebee, tuna. I love a sandwich made with bumblebee.
This is what happens when I lose my job and have nothing to do during the day and get bored. I don't like to be bored, so I do shit. So that's what it is. Yep. And yes, Thomas Fuchsbau, The Heart of a Dog starts with Chapter 1. Chapter 1 is called Fox. It probably doesn't work out very well for the fox, but it was the early 20th century in America. Yep. Let's see. Yep. Let's see. We're talking about Whitefoot. But as Whitefoot set to work at the absurdly simple exploit of digging under this outer fence, a fence not extending underground and with no flat width of wire before it, the 23rd prisoner could stand the emotional strain no longer. Young and with nerves less steady than her companions, little Lady Pitchdark marred the perfect symphony of noiselessness. She did not bark or even yelp, but she went into action. By natural genius, she was a climber. Up the side of her 10-foot run wire she whizzed, her long clawed feet scarce seeming to seek toe-hold in the ladder of meshes they touched. Like a cat, she sped upward. To provide against such an unlikely effort at jailbreaking, the 4 wire walls of the run sloped slightly inward. At their summit all around was a flat breadth of wire. My screen just did weird shit. At their summit all around was a flat breadth of wire that hung out for 8 inches over the run, projecting inside the walls. As a rule, such deterrents were quite enough to bar an ordinary fox from escape, but nature had taught Lady Pitchdark more than she teaches the ordinary fox. She was one of the rare vulpines born with climbing genius. Up she scrambled, her fierce momentum carrying her to the very top of the fence, to the spot where it merged with the 8-inch overhang. Here, by every rule, the vixen should have yielded to the immutable law of gravity and should have tumbled back to the ground with a breath-expelling flop. This is precisely what she did not do. Still helped by her momentum, she clawed frantically with both 4 feet at the edge of the overhang. Her claws hooked in its end meshes, her hind feet released their hold on the in-slanting fence, and she swung for an instant between moon and earth, a glowing black swirl of fur shot with a myriad silver threads. Albert Payson Terhune, 100 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, all and neither. Look it up. Layla Cookie says, do you like Irish music? Layla Cookie, I am of Irish heritage. It's in my blood. I love Irish music, not just the Gaelic folk music, but Irish drinking songs, too. Oh. And it's probably time. I had mentioned this particular song. There is a very, very fun Irish drinking song. I believe the title is called The Liar. This song also goes back more than a century. I'll probably get a copyright strike from some fucking copyright pirate, but you know what? I don't goddamn care. You have to put the hat on to sing. If you'll indulge me, I'm going to sing it. I was born about 10,000 years ago in Belbulloch in the county of Mayo. It was me who chased the vermin when St. Patrick preached his sermon, and I'll whoop the man that says it isn't so. There's a chorus, you can join me. To me ritla tooralati toorali. There's no one who can tell a lie like me. You may search until you tire, you won't find a bigger liar. I've been lying since the dawn of history. I saw Eve go picking apples off a tree. She come over and she offered one to me. Well, I says, how dare you, madam? Go try your luck with Adam. I'm going home to have some fish and chips and tea. To me ritla tooralati toorali. Pardon? There's no one who can tell a lie like me. You may search until you tire, you won't find a bigger liar. I've been lying since the dawn of history. I saw Delilah cut off Samson's hair. She snipped away until his head was bare. Well, he couldn't run away. Well, she married him next day, and they opened up a barber shop in Clare. To me ritla tooralati toorali. Everybody! There's no one who can tell a lie like me. You may search until you tire, you won't find a bigger liar. I've been lying since the dawn of history. It was during World War II I met them all. There was Roosevelt and Churchill and de Gaulle. Then one day I nearly fainted. I was having my house painted. There was Hitler hanging paper in the hall. To me ritla tooralati toorali. There's no one who can tell a lie like me. You may search until you tire. You won't find a bigger liar. I've been lying since the dawn of history. That song has probably 10,000 verses, as drunken louts in Irish bars have made up their own through the course of history. Num, 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 num. And David Hunter says, play ball. I didn't get the Irish flag out. I really should have. Yeah. Oh, Ensign Games. When did our stereotypes start? I'm going to tell you exactly when and where our stereotypes started. There were two factors. Okay. There was, of course, the first furry convention. I'm not going to mention its name, but it was conference. I get into political hot water because there are people who disagree with me. You can disagree with me all you like. I am talking from the viewpoint of a witness. When the first furry convention came onto the scene, it was very much a free-for-all. Let your hair down, come as you are. They were not in the least bit concerned with decorum. It was just not something they thought about. We are here to have fun. We are here to get together with our community. We are here to party. Outlandish behavior was not just welcomed, it was tacitly encouraged. And that was great when it was just us. When it's just friends getting together having a party. But as this thing got bigger and the world started to look our way and say, what's that over there? Nobody thought to say, okay, hey guys, Granny's watching. Why don't we tone it down? In fact, they just toned it up. The first view that the world at large got of furry fandom was this over-the-top party. That was conference. For us, it was fun. It was gleeful. It was great. But it was unrestrained. And if you're having an unrestrained time and reporters show up and they see what I saw, yeah, that was the world's first impression of furry fandom. And we all know that first impressions are lasting ones. I am still fighting that impression today. So, the stereotype that furries are wild sex maniacs. Are we sex maniacs? I don't know. Some of you may be, and that's great. But that's not the point of the fandom. And then the stereotype that furry fandom is made up primarily of gays. I will beg the pardon of the viewing audience. We have LGBTQ. I don't even remember all of the letters now. I am going to use the term gay as a catch-all term for those of alternative sexuality, and I would ask your indulgence simply that I am an old man and cannot keep up with the very, very ever-changing landscape of acceptable terms. So, the gay community seemed to be highly represented in furry fandom. I was recently talking with somebody. If First Science is still here, this is something I've discussed with them. I would very much like to explore this. Furry fandom, as we understand it now, really took off with the advent of the internet. We didn't even call it the internet back then. It was still timeshare. It was still ARPANET. It was still dialing in to Furry Muck. And Furry Muck was something of a unique item in those days. Most of these online chat programs were designed for combat gaming. You would show up and immediately a 14-year-old would kill you. That was how it worked. Furry Muck, and you could probably do some research, prove me wrong, please do, but I do believe it was, if not the first, it was among the first of these chat programs to set itself up as a social gathering spot, not as a combat game. It was a come and talk to people. And you are coming and talking to people in their idealized form. They're presenting through text their idealized self, and you are presenting to them your idealized self. Why would this be attractive to gay people? You kids, I know that it's difficult today. I'm not going to discount that it's difficult today. But you have no idea what it was like in the 80s and getting into the 90s. This was a time when somebody who was gay was doomed to an eternity of being alone. You are going to be alone for your entire life. There is no way for you to find companionship, because if you went out and sought companionship, you had equal chances of getting beaten to death or catching a deadly disease for which there was no cure and nobody even wanted to treat, as there was of finding that companionship. You had a 1 in 3 chance of finding happiness or dying. That's how it was being gay back then. But along came this magical interface where you could get on a keyboard and you could interact with people anonymously, safely, behind a shield. You could be gay. You could talk to other people who were gay and not get beaten to death, not catch an incurable and hideous disease. It was, as far as I know, the first time in history that gay people had an actual, honest, safe space. And that's why this furry world, which was set up as a social environment, attracted people of alternative sexuality, because it was a safe space. Is that maintained today? Yes, it is. Furry fandom continues to be a safe space. We have grown, we have expanded to the extent that we are not just this nebulous online safe space. We have become part of the real world for the gay community. And that was something that up until about, I guess, 10 years ago, I would think we would have said, thank goodness we don't need this anymore. But I suspect we need it now, and will continue to need it, hopefully for just a few more years. That is a very, very long answer to your short question, and it is certainly not comprehensive, but that is my honest response to your short question. Cheers. What have I missed all going down here? Yep. Oh, Hill Husky. Hello, Hill Husky. You got here late. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, Layla Cookie. Do you still send postcards to Doug? Just Christmas cards. She's referring to Doug O. My dear old friend. We go back so far. We've had such magnificent times together. I still feel sort of hurt because Doug doesn't send me Christmas cards back. But, you know, I'm not going to let that bother me. I am not going to let that poison our long-term friendship. I still send him Christmas cards every year because I still feel a deep connection to Doug. In fact, the Christmas card that I sent him last year simply said, "See you soon." Moving on. Marek the Wolf says, we got the right to marry in 2015. You have it now. You're going to have to fight to keep it. I'm afraid that's where we are today. Yep. Oh, for science, thank you. The link for that article shows the data on sexuality and fertility. Are you able to put links in the channel here for science? I don't know how this shit is set up. But I'll tell you what, you can go to furscience.org, I believe. Yes. Please link that there. Yes. Yeah, Wim Rodenberg, my apologies for being late. I've been to a bar. That's fine. Seriously, if that's why you're late, more power to you, my dear friend. Oh, there it is. There it is. FirstScience.com. There we are. Thank you. Yep. By the way, if you haven't noticed, I'm old. I don't know how much more time I have on this planet. Nobody does. It's something that nobody can predict. I might be here another 50 years. I might be here another 5 months. Who can say? But I just hope that I live long enough that American society reaches the point where one person is willing to just leave his neighbor the fuck alone. That's what I'm sticking around for. Oh boy. Kiddo Dragon Fox says, I'm old-ish. Okay, what is old-ish? I'm sorry, if you're old-ish, what am I, ancient? How's that work? Oh, I'm this age, I'm that age, I'm that. Okay, I run a furry convention. This is what it does to you. First Science says, if you Google the title, you can see the abstract. For those of you who are not scientists, the abstract is the summary. We're talking to non-scientists here, remember. Yeah. But yeah, I'm old. How old am I? I used to listen to stories from veterans of the Spanish-American War. I've heard stories from men who fought in the trenches of World War I. My dear and sainted mom, she's probably, I don't know, gone to bed or something here. She's got her stories too. My little old mom loves to tell the story. It was a winter day. Her father, my late grandfather, used to fly radio-controlled model aircraft. They had those in the 30s. You might think of the 30s as being like millions of years ago, but they had RC aircraft in the 30s. And my grandfather was an enthusiast, and he was part of a club. They called themselves the Ardmore Eagles was the name of their club. They were flying radio-controlled aircraft at a little state park in Pennsylvania called Valley Forge. It was just a state park back then. And my mother and her sisters, little Will and her sisters Betty and Millie, they're out with their dad Bill, and they're flying the aircraft. It was wintertime and it was cold, so Mom was sitting in the car listening to the radio. This was 1941. And my mom was 6 years old. And she can clearly remember all of a sudden the door flying open and her mother jumping out of the car and screaming, "Bill, the Japs just bombed Pearl!" Now, she as a little girl didn't quite understand what this meant. But everybody quickly piled into the car and rushed back home. And the next day, Monday morning, all of her uncles, I believe there were 8 of them, went down and enlisted. She remembers that very clearly. Talk to your elders, by the way. Get their stories, because there'll come a time when those stories will not be available to you. Get them now. Let's see. All right. Mama T says, I wish I could find me a companion in the furry fandom as close to my age. Mama T, may I introduce you to my dear old friend T'Chall? I believe that the two of you are close in age. I don't mean to play matchmaker, but you two should get together. So Charles says, how many of the uncles came home from the war? All of them, fortunately. And they came home with stories. Remember, I come from a long line of storytellers, and my goodness, did they have stories. My Uncle Alex, for example, was he was on the USS Natoma Bay, which was, I believe it was the Battle of the Philippine Sea? I cannot recall. He was on deck when the USS Princeton was hit by a Japanese kamikaze and was stricken. The Natoma Bay came up alongside to attempt to assist. That's when the Princeton's magazine went up. He was blown off the deck into the water. He was wearing what they called a Mae West, a big, life preserver. That's why they called it a Mae West. He was in the water for 3 days before he was finally picked up by an American PBY. News back then was not CNN. They would sometimes report shit before they necessarily had all the information. Late at night, little Wilma, she's supposed to be in bed, but she's listening to the radio. And here comes the broadcast. USS Natoma Bay has gone down with all hands. Well, that very much upset her and it upset the family. And they were waiting for word. Because you would get a telegram from the Navy Department that was had basically a black border. That's how you knew. You would either get a telegram, or if your loved one was important, an officer or something, a Navy chaplain would show up at your door. They finally received a telegram, and they were terribly anxious, but it didn't have the black border. Here it is from Alex, sending him a happy little telegram. I'm in a hospital at Pearl Harbor, having a good old time. Hope all is well. Send chocolate. Love, Alex. Mom told me once, and she's never told this story again, when Alex came home, she kicked him in the balls for that. I remember hearing that story. She denies telling me that story, but she was really trashed. And she told me that story, and I still remember it today. I got distracted. Let's see what all is going on here. Yep. I did have a pleasure of meeting a gentleman when I was in graduate school who had been a German soldier. He was a Wehrmacht soldier. They brought him over here once he was captured. They put him in a prisoner of war camp in New Hampshire. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the mountains of New England, but it's really, really pretty. He kind of fell in love with the countryside, and when they said, okay, we're going to repatriate you, he said, do I really got to go? I kind of like it here. So he stayed. All right, getting back to the present. Getting back to the present here. What's going on here? Oh, there it is. There it is. Mr. Morningstar, how many bottles of wine have you had so... It's a real story hour now. Okay, let's see. Actually, I'm still on the first bottle. This must be a new record. We've been at this 3 hours, and I'm still on the first bottle. Somebody look back in the archives. It's maybe I'm just getting old or something. There's an entire bottle here I haven't cracked open. Holy crap. It's the bottle of Everlasting? No, it's the bottle of cheap shit Hakutsuru, but it's pretty good. Yep. So yes, I grew up on the stories of men, primarily men. Remember, it was years ago, who fought in wars you only hear about in history books. In fact, here's what I can state with certainty. I have shaken the hand of men who fought in the First World War. Those fellows have shaken the hand of men who fought in the American Civil War, who themselves have shaken the hand of men who fought in the American Revolution. So I'm not far removed from 1776. And Viot Dragon says, someone needs to get Kage one of those giant sake bottles. Yes, you do. Please do. I would be very, very grateful. Yes. And Dez, where the hell you been? Pandez is here. Hello. Is it better than what we were drinking Sunday at MCFC? Remind me, what were we drinking Sunday at I started really early Sunday at MCFC. What were we drinking Sunday at MCFC? Somebody remind me. Yep. Yep, okay. And Qianlong says, it's for me. Yes. Mom's still here. Watching, just too tired to get up and type on stream. Hello. It's okay, Mom. I'm telling your stories for you, including the ones that you deny. Ace says, you were there at Valley Forge. Yes, Ace, I was there at Valley Forge. Back when it was just a little state park and you could climb on the old battlements. You could run through the trenches. You can't do that anymore. Yep. Hill Husky Sharpcoat. I would love to go to Pittsburgh one day. Me too. I would love to see that city. Yep. Luna says, I saw you drinking a German wine Saturday during MCFC. Yes, my taste in wines do run to the German wines, specifically the Riesling, specifically Mosel Valley. They make some of the finest wines in the world, and they've been doing it since the days of the Roman Empire. They know what they're doing now. Mama T says, save the 39 for the private story hour. Well, I could do that, Mama T. But they've got lots of 39s up the street. I could always get a new one. Yeah. Okay. Since my esteemed brother-in-law, Dr. Mulvey, has not joined us tonight, neither has my sister, his executive assistant, nor my niece, I am going to share with you all my amazing, groundbreaking, revolutionary idea for delivering health care to Southern gentlemen. Allow me to explain myself. I recently had surgery on my knee. I had the knee surgery after I had been suffering pain for approximately 4 to 5 years. Because that's what Southern men do. If the limb is lying less than 10 feet away, you don't bother the doctor. You just have your wife sew it back on. It's the culture. It's how we were raised. It's this ancient and lingering culture of machismo. I don't need no doctor. I'm fine. I can look after myself. Here's how we can address that. I want to open here in the South the men's clinic. The men's clinic will be a bar. The bartender will be a physician. The waitresses will be licensed nurses. The guy can go in and sit down at the bar, and the fellow who's sitting there polishing the glasses, so you're looking a little peaked-a, you feeling okay? The guy on the stool will tell the bartender everything, and then the barman will say, "Whoa, that sounds like it's real pain. Tell you what, why don't you sit down here and let me have one of the waitresses come over and look at that for you." Guys, I'm half Southern on my father's side. That would work. You open the men's clinic, set it up as a bar, have your medical staff serving the people. You'll get the old farmer in there. He'll show up with his gangrenous arm, and he'll tell the barman, "Yeah, I cut it on some barbed wire about a week ago. It's been kind of hurting since then. Kind of been black since then, You would never get this old fellow to a doctor. You'd never get him to the hospital. But he would go to my men's clinic. I want to set this up. I think this would work. Oh, first sign setting. Good night. Yep. Yep. Pandez says that sounds like the guy's clinic. Okay, we can quibble over the name, but you understand what I'm getting at here. You get an old Southern fellow like my late father, like my downstairs neighbor who's a darling fellow, but his wife has to beat him with a stick to get him to go to the doctor. If he just goes down to the neighborhood bar, sets himself down to a stool, and is handed a drink, and the barman says, "How you feeling?" he'll tell the barman everything. And then we can treat him. I'm telling you, folks, that would work. Bendis, he's universal health care for all. You're Canadian. Shut up. Yep. G1 Expert, did you take an arrow to the knee? Actually, yes, I did. If you saw the last stream, that's exactly what happened. Oh, Steel Gear is going to that. Good. And he's hitting the hay. Of course, Roy. Good night, Steel, if you're still here. If not, you can watch the stream. I'll say good night to you. Ensign Games. On an unrelated question, do you play video games? Actually, no. And most of my friends, they like smirk at me and call me a Luddite. I am not at all a video gamer. The last video game I played, I think, was Doom 2. Really, it's not my thing. I'm sorry. That's it. Yep. Oh, and Mr. Timo LP2 is have to go to a plane soon. Safe travels, Mr. Timo. I'll tell you what. If you dress like this on the plane, you're much more likely to score an upgrade to first class. Give it a try. Oh, and Vovaka is heading to bed, has to lay down in their longboat with their horned helmets. Good night, Vovaka. Skål. Om nom nom nom. Yep. And Danny says, video games are not my thing either. I don't know. It just doesn't appeal. Doom appealed. I like Doom. I do get on to VR chat because it's social. I can interact with people. I met some of the finest people who are in the stream here tonight on VR chat. Om nom nom. And here we go. And Wim Rodenberg, horse steps on my foot, I broke a bone on my foot, did not go to the hospital. Farm logic said it will heal. You're a Nederlander, of course. You don't go to the hospital. You're a farmer. Don't worry about it. Horse stepped on my foot, broke all the bones. It'll heal. You go to my men's clinic. Go to the local bar. The barman will say, you look like you're limping there. How'd that happen? You'll tell the barman everything, and he'll say, you know, I think I've got something could fix that up. I'm telling you, folks, you stop taking these old, stuffy farmers, southerners, to the sterile clinic, take them to a bar that's run by doctors. And they will willingly submit themselves to whatever care you are able to give to them. It will save lives. And Vim says, I use my horse as a wheelchair to get around the farm. Yes, you're a proper farmer. G1 expert, what if you have a stubborn lady? G1, you raise a good point. I am speaking from the standpoint of an old half-southerner. I do beg forgiveness if I have seemed exclusionary, but it works for ladies too. Bring them into the bar. Okay, what, you guys have been to a doctor's office lately? It looks like a doctor's office. You got this sterile waiting room. You got all these people sitting there reading 3-year-old issues of Vogue. And the person comes out and calls your name and you go in. Nobody likes that. Change the paradigm. Make it a bar. Make it a destination. Make it someplace somebody wants to go. And you will save lives. It's 8:15. We could either make this a very short stream, comparatively, and I can call it, or I can open that other bottle and just replenish it at my favorite wine place down there. I'm not going to ask you all because it's, oh yeah, keep going, keep going. This is something I have to decide for myself. Let's see what Violet has to say. That something grinds my gears about doctor's office. I can't remember the last time I even saw a National Geographic, let alone a men's magazine. I am going to give a shout out to somebody who will never hear the shout out, but it's a name that the world needs to remember. The name of Anthony F. Moresky. Dr. Moresky was a, excuse me while I open, I am opening this shit. He was an orthodontist in the town of King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. My mother was Dr. Moresky's executive assistant. Dr. Moresky used to get the best comic books in. And when he was done, he'd give them to me. So, here is a shout out to Tony Moresky. I believe he's still around. He's probably in his, 90s or 100s right now. Probably living in Arizona or Florida with all the other old people, but Dr. Moresky, first off, thank you for straightening my teeth. Second off, thank you for the comic books, my dear man. You rock. And I guess we're going to continue the stream because I seem to have opened another bottle. Kampai. Layla says, my hip hurts every morning. I wake up and still go to work. I don't cry about it because I'm a hard and stubborn girl. Okay, I'll tell you what, Layla, try an experiment. Go talk to the doctor. You know, I did this. That's how I wound up getting my knee operated on. And in getting my knee operated on, I got a visit from Alkali. You all remember the last stream? That's how it worked. Jen Long says, what kind of furry would you suspect this fine doctor would make? Okay, Mom, I don't know if you're still watching. Dr. Moreski was a coyote. And Mom would agree. Don't ask me to explain myself. Dr. Moreski was a coyote, definitely. Yep. Yep. And Wim Rodenberg says, Prost. Prost. Niederlander. Okay, Dutch is just drunk German. By the way, Wim, I need to ask a question, a personal question, if I may. How tall are you? Please, this is a scientific question. I would like to know how tall you are in actual real life. So please, 180. Okay, 187 centimeters. That's reasonably tall. That's taller than I am. This supports my thesis. Every Dutch person I know is tall. Every single Dutch person is taller than 180 centimeters. The Dutch people, they're all up here. You know why? It's an evolutionary adaptation. If the dike breaks, that's why they're all tall. That's why Dutch people are tall. Yes. Mom, you say more a fox? Okay, think about it. I think more a coyote. That's the impression I got from Dr. Moreski. Ace says, you might catch him. I'm going to address this. If you would like to meet me, first off, I'm very, very flattered. I would love to meet you. Anthrocon is probably not the best place for it. The buck stops with me at Anthrocon. People say, you should delegate more. It's not a question of delegation. I delegate just about everything. The ultimate responsibility at Anthrocon is mine. If something starts late, that's my fault. If something doesn't work, that's my fault. If something is spectacular and everybody loves it, that's my staff. Didn't these guys do a fantastic job? Yay! If something screws up, that's me. That is my lot in life. That is the lot in life of any good, effective manager. I think it was Ambrose Bierce. And forgive me for the sexist tone. This goes back 150 years. So when I quote the words, understand they're a product of their time. I believe it was Ambrose Bierce that defined a good manager as someone who has the intelligence to hire the right man for the job and the wisdom to stand back and let him do it. Somebody asked earlier, at least I think they asked earlier, if I had any embarrassing moments, any moments I regretted. I have one singular moment that I regret. And this has haunted me for 2 decades. I was at a grocery store, checking out, buying my whatever the hell. Something went awry. The manager came out and started berating the checker in front of me, started dressing this poor young lady down. And I did not say anything. This is to my eternal shame. And it set up in me an absolute resolve not to let that happen again. Maybe it was just because I was young and uncertain. Now I'm old and don't give a fuck. If I am a customer and you're a manager and you start dressing down your employee in front of me, we're going to have a conversation in front of the other customers. The manager never says anything negative to or about their employees. They'll take them aside. Here, if you're a leader in any circumstance, if you ever dress down your employee, your subordinate, your underling in front of me, the customer, I will fuck you up. That's my promise. Aldia Rufus, what do you think will die? Who do you think will die first between Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr? Both. They're older than I am. Okay, Paul already died once. So he's got experience. So I'm going to say it's going to be Ringo next. Yep. Yep. Let's see. Oh, Ace is talking. Oh, you got a photo with me. You got a photo with me at Anthrocon, and it wasn't blurry. That's amazing. Let's see. I thanked him for bringing AC to the Berg. I remember that. I actually do remember this. I'm grateful to be thanked for bringing AC to the Berg, but it was the Berg that brought AC to the Berg. I didn't do it. As a matter of fact, I resisted it. The city of Pittsburgh beat me up in an alley and took my lunch money and made me bring Anthrocon to Pittsburgh, and I have been grateful to them every waking moment since. Hill Husky, Sharpcoat, who's your favorite fluff? I would say Cerberus because there's 3 of them. Let's see. Layla Cookie. I had a situation where a random guy talked to a girl aggressively, and she was scared. Then after, Layla, that's very, very good of you. I was reading a story recently. This is the sort of thing furries do. I want you all to think about this. This story that I read described a young lady on public transportation, and there was some creepy old guy, probably looked a lot like me, was sitting next to her and saying, "You look really pretty in that dress." And she was very uncomfortable. This big, hairy biker guy in leather got up, went up to the old guy and said, "Tell me I'm pretty." And the old guy said, and the biker said, "No, tell me I'm pretty. Tell me I'm pretty." "Oh, what? Does that make you uncomfortable? Does that make you feel strange?" That got the point across. Here's to that unnamed biker dude. You rock, fella. Marek says, "I'm moving to Cleveland." I'm so sorry, Marek. Medical science has cures for that these days. You can do some research. We might be able to help you. Savage Gerbil. "I think that should really be considered a real landmark, a furry convention being courted by a city to get them to plant their flag there." Savage Gerbil, you are correct. This was unprecedented. This took place in the late spring of 2004. It was the first time that I know of that a metropolis actively chased after a furry convention. Up until then, they were throwing furry conventions out of their cities. But Pittsburgh chased Anthrocon down, cornered us, pinned us down, and made us their bitch. There is no other way to put it. When I first arrived in Pittsburgh, Visit Pittsburgh had done their research. They brought me into the Westin. There were 3 bottles of Mosel Valley Riesling sitting on the table. It is 100% accurate to state that the city of Pittsburgh, as a metropolitan entity, lured me out, got me drunk, and made me agree to bring my convention there. My convention in the very, very generic sense. Oh, Layla Cookie, are you going to bed? Good night, Layla. Thank you very much for showing up tonight. Yes, T'Challa, you're mentioning the Adams Mark. Oh my gosh, show of hands, if you remember the Adams Mark Hotel in Philadelphia. I have said this before, I will say it again. The Adams Mark was a shithole, but it was our shithole. It was home. The chairman's a cockroach. He didn't care. Dave Nebius. If rumors about the Fandom are true, it was probably the liquor store union that petitioned the city of Pittsburgh to chase them. Actually, Dave, it is not true. I'll give it to you straight. Pittsburgh was a steel town up until the 1980s, maybe even the 1990s. It was not a pleasant place. That was where that was the Smoky City. That's where Bethlehem Steel was. That was the heart of American steel production. The city of Pittsburgh was uniformly gray. It was covered with a pall of smoke 24 hours. They used to say that housewives, we used to say, couldn't hang their laundry outside to dry because they would bring it in. It would be black from the soot in the air. It was a steel town, and then the steel industry left. And the city of Pittsburgh was left with, what do we do now? So they said, well, we can start by, let's clean off the buildings. And they started scrubbing the buildings, and they realized that all of these Art Deco skyscrapers that were built in the early 20th century, they're all different colors, and they're kind of pretty. They've got this wonderful brickwork on them, and as they started cleaning up, they started to realize this city is actually pretty freaking gorgeous. And that's when the artists started to come out and say, you know what? We've been doing our art under this pall of soot and smoke for years. Now that it's gone, let's show you what we've got. Pittsburgh realized that we no longer have steel, but we have art. We have expression. We have soul. We have spirit. And they decided we're going to promote those three things. If we no longer have steel, let's promote the arts. Let's promote our spirit. Let's promote our expression. I'm going to paraphrase something that Boozy's spouse QM said. Pittsburgh, under that pall of soot and smoke and sparks and steel, always was a furry city. They just didn't know it. They didn't know there was a name for it. When the steel industry moved out and that creative spirit came to the forefront, they were sort of lost. They were saying, what are we? And then the furries showed up. And Pittsburgh says, there it is. That's what we are. That's why Anthrocon and Pittsburgh are now absolutely inseparable. That's why we adopted the colors of the city of Pittsburgh as Anthrocon's corporate colors. Anthrocon and Pittsburgh are now as inextricably entwined as Pasadena is with the Rose Bowl Parade, as Philadelphia is with the Mummers Parade, as that other place is with that thing that they've got. Pittsburgh has always been furry. And it wasn't until Anthrocon showed up that they realized it. Let's see. Oh, Ace. Yep. Last mill closed in 87. You were a sports town. Yes. You were searching for your niche. Now you found it. Dave Nibius says, before the explanation started, I was going to say the rumors are often quite difficult to substantiate. Rumors, by their very, very nature, can never be substantiated. All we can do is offer evidence. The fact that there are furry conventions worldwide, every continent, and before you say Antarctica, yes, there are pictures of fursuits at the South Pole, so shut the fuck up, okay? There are furry gatherings on every continent. In every corner of the globe. Nowhere other than Pittsburgh has the entire city turned out and said, you guys are great. Anthrocon has become a citywide festival. We're not just a thing that comes in for a few days. Anthrocon is a Pittsburgh event. And we are very, very happy to be so. And as long as I'm alive, we will continue to be so. Pittsburgh threw open its arms and its doors and rolled out the red carpet for us. We're going to do our damnedest to be good guests. Ace, I hear this too. I cannot tell you how many people have stopped me and asked when the furries are coming back. Will there be a parade? You can tell them we're coming back 4th of July weekend. Yes, there'll be a parade, and yes, there'll be a block party. And if you really want to enjoy the experience, cut your hair very short, look old, and put a white lab coat on. You will not pay for your own drinks the entire weekend. God, I love that town. All right, which I've been ignoring this shit here. Okay, Jen, we're not going to mention most of Pittsburgh is great. There are tiny enclaves where they still have a lot to learn. We're not going to mention any names. Jen, Ace, I'm not mentioning names. I didn't say a word. We're not talking about that shit, okay? I do miss Tenpenny, however. I'm just going to say that. So, Charles, yes, the first year the parade went outside, the reception from the crowd. Guys, that first year that we brought the fursuit parade outside, the fursuit parade had always been inside. That was our thing. It was inside the convention center. Everybody was in these doors. I wanted the fursuit parade to go out. I wanted it to be shared with the city that had been so good to us. But let me tell you, even at the moment those first fursuiters went down the escalator and went outside, I didn't know what to expect. Even up until that point, I was terrified there'd be two little old ladies and a blind guy on the corner. But when we went outside, and by official estimates, there were 5,000 people, 5,000 citizens of Pittsburgh out there cheering, clapping, waving their hands, holding their hands out for high fives as the fursuiters went by. That's when I realized, if I hadn't realized it before then, that's when it cemented in my mind, we're home. We've found it. We've come home. And suddenly people say, I love red wines mainly. Okay, Hill Husky, I still like you. I'm not going to get in a fist fight with you. Ace Qianlong, again, we're not going to mention any names. Maybe you could look up the review I left on Google and see if anybody followed up to that. That's neither here nor there for the rest of you. Ignore what you just heard. Oh, Kofu. Oh, hello, Kofu. Folks, ladies, gentlemen, both and neither. Kofu Lion, the actual brains behind Team Dog Bomb. Here's to you, my dear fellow. And Yappy is here. Oh my God, okay, you guys are so late. I've been waiting for you for the past 3 hours, and I've already gotten drunk. Where were you 3 hours ago when I needed you? By the way, when you see Yappy Fox here, where we're talking old fucking furries who fart dust, Yappy's even older than I am. There you go. Yeah, we gotta add that. Okay. Yeah. Ah. Yo, that sounds like a blast. Makes me sad. Phil, I understand your position, but we broadcast stuff online. You can join us virtually. I know it's no real substitute for being there, but I hope you will. And bless you for what you do. Oh, and Wolf Brace says, it's morning in Singapore. Shall I try out some of my Singlish? I know a few phrases. But okay, I'll ask Tianlong to, he'll be the judge. Shall I try out my Singlish? Because I have a number of friends in Singapore. Oh, and Tianlong says, yes. He says yes. I'm reading it right now. He says yes. Yes phrases. So I can say, and he says yes with 8 exclamation points. That's what I see down there. Pardon me while I go to my list of flags here. Excuse me. Yes. Let's see. Have to get the right one. Oh boy, I never actually tied it up here for the last one. Somewhere. That's France or something. I don't know. Here it is. Oh, wait, I lost the stick. All right, well, okay, we'll figure this out. We'll fake it. Okay, first off, we will begin with the national motto of the Republic of Singapore, which is Kaninabu Chao Chi Bai. And I will introduce myself as Chico Pe Ang Mo. And if you would all please rise, if you're wearing a hat, would you please remove it? And we shall proceed. Mari kita rakyat Singapura sama-sama menuju bahagia. Cita-cita kita yang mulia berjaya Singapura. Everybody now. Marilah kita bersatu dengan semangat yang baru. Semua kita berseru. Majulah Singapura, majulah Singapura. Play ball! There we go. Here's to the Republic of Singapore. Thank you all very much. So we got the flags back there, but apparently after the last wine stream, I just kind of all threw them on the shelf and didn't organize them, so I had to do my best back then. Yeah. All right, let's see. People are saying, fun with flags. Yes, that's fun with flags. I think so, yeah. Stray. Okay, I want everybody to screen cap this. If you have to tell someone who isn't part of the furry community what a furry is, what do you tell them? We are a very, very loose-knit community of cartoon animal fans. We are cartoonists, we are animators, we are artists, we are performers, we are fans, we are anybody who imagines animals walking, talking, living their lives as we do. We are dreamers because, like our ancient ancestors, we try to understand the complexities of the human condition by relating it to the animals that we share this world with. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe we try to understand the animals that we share this world with by relating them to our human condition. Cheers. It's good shit. William K., is he okay? I am fine. William, may I call you Bill? May I call you Bill? Sorry. I'm fine. I'm doing fine, yes. And Stray says, you're making me smile. Guess what, Stray? In the end, that's what furries are all about. If I have made you smile, then that's my purpose in this world. That's why I'm here. So thank you very much for reinforcing to me that I have served my purpose in this world. Charles points out, you're paraphrasing, actually, Charles, you're combining two stories. And Viot is not combining any stories when he says, I'm just a bit tipsy. I have only had one glass of sake. And by glass, I mean bottle. That's pretty much what I've had, yes. Now, the thing is, Stray, we had the ALS walk in downtown Raleigh today. I answered that question maybe 100 times because at the North Carolina Anthro Society booth, people would come up and they would see this and they would say, what is all this? That's my role. I answered the question for them. Yes, Detroit, you're mixing up Mark Evanier and the other one, yeah. Oof. Okay, since T'Challa brought it up, I'm going to deconvolute the two stories. Since you're here, if you would indulge me. T'Challa is bringing up two separate incidents where the question arose, what is all this? I'll answer the first one. It was one of the earlier Anthrocons. Mark Evanier was one of our guests. Rob Paulson, the voice actor who voiced Yakko Warner on Animaniacs and many, many other voices, was our other guest. My job as chairman is to greet our guests when they arrive. Now, I don't know if I ever appropriately thanked Mark for this. Mark Evanier is a comic historian. He is he's been around since the dawn of civilization. He knows. Mark is a man who knows how this shit works. It was late at night. He saw me, and he probably saw the state I was in. He came up to me and he said, you should go to bed. And I said, no, I have to greet Mr. Paulson when he gets here. And Mark put his hand on my shoulder and he said, I will greet Mr. Paulson. You need to go to bed. And he said it in such an authoritative fashion. I said, I need to go to bed. So I went to bed. And I got this from Rob the next day. Rob finally arrived at like freaking 2 in the morning. Holy crap! I'm so glad that Mark took this over. They're going upstairs. Mr. Paulson had never been to a furry convention. He's a voice actor. He'd been to science fiction conventions, he'd been to anime conventions. He'd never been to a furry convention, and he said to Mark, "So, what is this? What are these people into? Are they into cartoons? Are they into the?" And Mark very insightfully said, "They're here for each other." And that encapsulated this entire community just in those few words. Yes, you're our honored guest, but these people really don't give a rat's ass that you're here. Why are the furries here? They're here for each other. Because this is not a fandom, this is a community. So that's the first element of what Troll is getting confused here. The other is we had a guest at a Florida convention, a gentleman by the name of Trace Beaulieu. If you don't know the name, if you think back to Mystery Science Theater 3000, the actor who played Dr. Forrester and was also, if you didn't realize it, the puppeteer of Crow T. Robot. Yes, the puppeteer of Crow and Dr. Forrester were the same person. That was Trace Beaulieu. He was invited to be a guest at Megaplex because they're very much a puppeteering-oriented convention. I was sitting with Trace at the bar. Surprise, surprise. The bar, since it's Florida, was out at the pool. And so we were, as the classicists will say, we were Titus Andronicus. And, excuse me, I just hit the wrong button on this shit. Excuse me a second. Yeah. I'm going to put this shit back down here so I don't do that again. Trace was drinking his drink, which was a zombie at the time, out of a coconut shell that had been carved in the shape of a monkey. I can tell that story later. He was watching a fursuiter go by, and I remember it was Yippee Coyote. Yippee Coyote, one of the original fursuiters. One of the original fursuiters. I want to emphasize that, walked by. And Trace was drinking his drink and watching. And he looked at me. You have to imagine the Dr. Forrester voice. He looked at me and he said, I just have one question. Who are you people? And I was going to give him, well, yours anthropomorphics, and yours ancient animal. Yeah. But then I realized this was a man who had to sit through 5 showings of Manos, the Hands of Fate. This is a man who knows. I need to give him the real answer. And I said, Sir, you asked the wrong question. Pardon me. You ask who we are. I'm going to tell you who we were. We were the fat kid. We were the brainy kid. We were the kid with the big, thick glasses. We were the kid confused about his sexual identity. We were the kid who couldn't throw a football. We were the kid who, for whatever reason, the other kid said, you don't belong with us. But human beings, as you well know, we are a social animal. We crave, we need companionship. denied companionship by our peers. We sought companionship where we could. Some of us looked to the stars, others looked to the far past. We sought companionship in the happy, smiling, accepting faces of the Saturday morning cartoon characters. Now, to answer your question, who are we? We are adults who never forgot our old friends. Trace looked at me with his mouth open. He said, "That was fucking beautiful." I said, "That was brilliant. I gotta write this shit down." And I did. I wrote it down on a napkin. That's why I remember it to this day. Yeah. Bunch of shit's gone by on the channel I've been ignoring. What's been going on here? Some people are getting a cup of coffee. That's great. Oh, and they're talking Yappy. People are saying Yappy is awesome. I heartily endorse that thing that you said, because Yappy is awesome. You know what? I've known Yappy since neither of us had gray hair. You were so fucking young. Sorry. I had a moment there. Yeah. Incidentally, hang on. I want to show you something. Both Trace and I were drinking our drinks out of these carved coconut shell monkey heads. I still have mine. They still have the information on the bottom. Because we were at the bar and we were drinking and we looked up and they had these hanging at the bar, and both Trace and I, we looked at each other and we both said, "Monkey!" And we ran up. Trace, he had a zombie. That was his drink of choice. He had a zombie. I had a perfectly wonderful Chateau Santa Michelle, Columbia Valley, Washington State. It was a 2002 at the time. Out of my monkey, and we were sucking our drink out of the monkey heads. Yes, somebody just screenshotted that. There goes my career. All right. So yes, I kept my monkey. I'd like to think that Trace kept his too. Jen says, can we bring back the monkey head for Anthrocon 2023? It says, to order call. This is a 20-plus year old number. You know what? Let's try it. I got nothing better to do. Let's see. All right. It says to order, call this number. Let's see what comes up. This better not be a sex line. 100. All right. Okay, let's see what comes up. Maybe we'll put it on speaker.
Verizon Wireless, your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and...
Sorry, guys. Can't get the monkey head. We tried. Where's my glass? Yep. See, I don't know about you guys, but any experienced drinker, any experienced responsible drinker listens to his body and knows there's the point where the body says, dude, I think it's time. I think I've reached my time. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to finish this glass, and I think then we're going to call it a night. Look at that, the glass is done. So, I would like to bid a very, very warm good night to all the wonderful folk who have joined us this evening. If you had any questions for me that I didn't get around to answering, I deeply apologize. I can only see so much on the stream here. I'll be streaming again probably in the next few weeks in May. If you have individual questions, you can email it to me at unclekage01@gmail.com. That's unclekage01@gmail.com. But, oh, what the fuck? Wait a minute. What is this? I just heard a bedoink. What the hell? What? I want to molest and grope. Sorry, that's a private message. We'll talk about that later. Anyway, I'm going to call it a night. This has been a lot of fun for me. I hope it's been a lot of fun for you. Those of you who have been watching this wine stream for some time have heard this sign off before. I might as well just make it my standard sign off because it is heartfelt. When I was a young boy back in the 1960s, and I know some of my other people here are saying 1960s, how cute. Yes. My late father and I used to watch some of the grand old comics on television, black and white television. One of my favorites was Red Skelton. Now, I was a preschooler. I don't think I could have been older than 3 or 4, but I remember seeing Mr. Skelton on his show, and he said something that resonated with me this many years later, and I'm going to repeat it now. You've heard it before, but I'm going to say it again because it bears repeating. I can put the hat on for this. If someday you're not feeling well, you should remember some little thing that I've said or done here tonight. And if it brings a smile to your face or a chuckle to your heart, then my purpose as a clown has been fulfilled. And it is my earnest hope that my purpose as a clown tonight has been fulfilled for you. I hope that I brought a smile to your face or a chuckle to your heart. We'll see you in a couple of weeks the next time I stream. But right now, I'll use the same sign-off that Mr. Skelton did. Good night, and God.